Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Up to the point of the jury trial.
Man, they got hosed.
And he asked for, if I remember correctly, I haven't heard this in years. Doesn't he start at 1 or 2?
No, he starts at $500,000.
Does he really?
Listen.
Their reputations, the shame and humiliation that they've experienced in the past, and more importantly, what they'll experience in the future. What's adequate compensation for weeks and months and years of humiliation?
I'd have more respect if Phil just said, hey, if we can just get my legal bill cleared up here, we'll be good.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of your listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or any other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is strictly prohibited.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. I'm completely remiss. I probably should be opening the show up with Let's Get Physical by Olivia Newton-John. Because she died. She took a lick yesterday.
Oh, that's sad.
John Travolta tweeted out some really emotional stuff, I think, yesterday. That's obviously he's very close to her. Their smash movie, like Grease.
It's one of the biggest movies ever.
For real?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Hold on here. Let me think. I think this is the official deal. Stand by.
And singer Olivia Newton-John has died at the age of 73.
Pretty young.
73 by rich people standards is kind of young, isn't it, Dan?
In
Yes,
Westworld,
But she had breast cancer. And I think it
30
recurred.
years.
She had breast cancer 30 years ago?
No, for 30 years. She had a 30-year battle with breast cancer.
Well, let's go with Olivia Newton-John. Hype train.
Oh,
Beep,
see,
beep.
It's physical hype train.
we're just getting into
Right now?
the Let's Get Physical. And like, is this a rib, Lummy? Like they tried
Why'd you do this?
They tried to thwart the opening of the show with something that, but by the way, we're so thankful of. It's just that, my God, can you let us get our bearings about ourselves?
I think this may have something to do with the Hall of Fame picks today. They want to make sure they get one more flex in.
That's true.
Before the picks.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what I'm hoping.
Oh. Is today the Hall of Fame picks?
Supposed to be.
Well,
T-shirt well, 1,500 bits.
we may have to move that to Monday. Or I guess we could do it. I didn't really prepare. I've been preparing for my interview today at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
And so I didn't get a chance to look at the Hall of Fame picks the way I really want to try to bust it down. And I want you here for that process. So can we make it Monday or Tuesday of next week?
Well, you're the boss, man.
Blitz, can we move it back a week just because?
It's moved.
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
Nikki Field, 11,500 bits.
It's not like we're behind on time as far as getting the names in for the rings to be done. How much did Nikki Field do?
11,500 bits.
Where does that put you at on your stages? I might maybe start resetting the clock right now. Where are you at right now on your hype train?
Level 2 complete,
Oh
level
yeah,
3.
it's this.
Level 4.
We're on level 4.
All right, let's just
Halfway through.
62%.
I'm so very. By the way, I don't want you to
Level
think
five.
that
There
I'm
we go,
sitting
now we're
here.
on level 5.
I'm very, very thankful.
Hall of Famer
And you-
Grouper lives 5,000
As
bits.
I'm up here twerking my ass on the pole,
Twerk it.
you're throwing me 5s and 10s to get my shift started.
They're
But
throwing nickels and dimes at you.
Bend over.
Back that ass up.
okay, easy.
Put your
everybody.
back into it.
Everybody,
Shake
stop.
your
Somebody
jaw.
just lay like a 100 down, and we can be done with this nonsense.
Level
I
5.
bet you can't pick this quarter up from the ground using no hands.
Oh, I can't even. I can't even get to the ground without getting back up.
Yeah.
Sir, I'll pick up that $20 bill with my vagina, but can you help me back up? That's what you do, is you take a $20 bill and you fold it in the middle to give it a little crease, and then the real experienced strippers could pick it up with their labia.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's...
Make it clap.
I got a doctor here, and he's telling you that is a medical term.
It is.
Yeah, I mean...
Some of them can do it still standing up.
If they're sponsored by Arby's.
Yeah, curly fries.
Lummy, I'm giving you 1 minute, and then I can't sit here and just grovel.
Fan in
and
Orlando,
beg,
1,000 bits.
And so, I'm giving you a minute.
34% level 5, Lummy. Come on.
You got exactly 50 seconds. I'm not going to extend it any further. We got to start this show. The great Olivia Newton-John has died at 73. She had ongoing breast cancer, and John Travolta is very sad about it. I got a huge guest at 9 o'clock. I'm not going to give you any. I'm not giving you any clue as to who my guest is at 9 o'clock, but it's one of my biggest of all time.
Will you eventually though today? I mean, like we give
At 10 o'clock.
at 8:55.
Like, how much can I expose on
Nothing.
Instagram? Okay, great.
Lummy, you got exactly 10 seconds. I don't think. Yeah, it's okay.
41 seconds.
It's all right, buddy. It's
Man,
sometimes.
first time since December of last year.
First time since December.
Oh my God!
Of last
Let's go,
year.
please, God!
No,
So
it's
much
done.
for the big guest,
Done.
Lummy.
Done. It's done. It's
No.
Done. It's done.
There's a delay.
Don't forget, hey, Lummy, tell them about the 5-minute delay.
Well, there is a 4 minute and 59-second delay, like what's at 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
just watch all this big money come in here shortly.
On the backside.
100 minutes right there, buddy.
Oh.
Look at it.
There's
Pouring.
a 4 minute. You're trying to tell me there's a 4 minute delay.
Oh yes, of course.
Well, I mean, we've been on
Sometimes
the air
5.
now. We've been on the air 6 minutes. So you're saying they only have been exposed to the hype train for 2? Is
Yes.
that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, Blitz put us on a long delay today.
Yeah.
Mm.
For safety.
Thank you.
So what should I do? Extend it another minute?
Yeah, I
Sure,
think you
why
have
not?
to.
That would be the. I mean, that's
That's
way,
just helpful.
way
The very
just,
least.
That's way just trying to play the 5th quarter for the special ed kid.
Yes.
Well, sometimes you got to do
that's
that.
me right now. I'm in my wheelchair ready to score a touchdown, Bubba.
On the 5th quarter.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, enter the game. Warren Garrison. Warren has been in a wheelchair all of his life, and his goal in life was to score a touchdown as a fullback, and he just doesn't have the natural ability to do that. So we're stopping the game, and he's going to take his little corky wheelchair, and we're handing it off to Warren. And Lummy, just your luck, your battery would run out of gas at the 5.
Oh.
We just got to find someone that can throw the football.
Yeah. Well, here he is. It's been another minute now. It's at 50 seconds, and it's just not there. It's just not in the
Man.
cards
No, but
today.
it is.
50% on level 5.
I guess no one's getting into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Well, now see the Dan. Stop with that.
Oh, no.
You're so mean.
He's slowing down on the back.
It's all right. Listen, Lummy. Let's just move on. Let's start the show. And we did. You know what? We didn't make it. It's not a big deal, buddy.
Keep on dancing, Lummy.
Keep on dancing.
Get physical.
Our hype train career is about as alive as Olivia Newton-John's.
Singer Olivia Newton-John has died.
Thank you for trying, chat.
Lummy,
Thank
you might not even complete it, like, period.
Yeah, like it might
like
not.
just stalled.
There's only 400 people so far because we just started.
It just. Lummy, this might be not even one that
Lummy,
ever
you
got
need to- you
complete.
need to-
Like,
Lummy, you need to write down who
73.
started this hype train and ban
Yeah.
them immediately.
Yes, I'm banning them.
Lummy, you can find out who started it because.
Oh, winner!
Well, you did finish it.
Nikki Peel, 11,500 bits. Cervix Bruiser
Oh,
gets
there
to
it
10
is.
subs.
It was on a delay.
See?
There's traffic. you know?
Success!
Yay! I got my
Yay.
touchdown.
Just took a
It
second.
was in the 6th quarter on that.
Still counts.
That one's an asterisk.
FT Greg and Amy gifted 10 subs.
Thank you,
The
FT
hype
Greg
the
and
hype train had is. I need you to put a little asterisk beside. Is it asterisk?
Asterisk. Isn't it?
Asterisk.
It's got a K at the end.
Yeah.
Say so, Dan. You say it the way you're supposed to say it.
Asterisk.
Asterisk. Lummy, put an asterisk by it, okay?
Asterisk. Well, if we do 2, does that mean I can
Double asterisk.
double asterisk?
No, Lummy. We completed it, but it was not under ideal situations. There was a little bit of a,
Delay.
Yeah, we didn't really complete it, but we did. So, I'll give you a half. That's a half.
So if we do one by the end of the show, I'll get 1.
I just got a text from
You
Twitch
mean
that
one-
said sorry that their system was
You're
delayed.
such an ass. You're such an a-hole.
Text from
Yeah,
Twitch.
Twitch just
Liar.
texted me.
Yeah,
All you do is lie all
Yeah.
day.
Sure does.
Pro liar,
Yep.
pro swerver, pro cynical, negative, nilly,
Yep.
negator. Lummy, so we did complete it, but not really. It's like,
yeah.
There's a footnote involved.
right.
I had
She
such
was
a crush
hot.
on her.
She
She
Yeah,
was.
when she was in Greece.
Yeah.
And you know what? She was the
Yummy.
hot. You know when she was the hottest in Greece, when she wore those leather pants and was smoking a cigarette
At the end,
Just
yeah.
trying to be a naughty girl.
Tell me
She
about
was-
it, stud.
She was.
Sorry.
Let me find me that part. That's the only part of Olivia Newton-John I ever cared about.
The superstar first skyrocketed to.
Didn't she have a song, Let's Get Physical?
1981.
Physical.
Yes.
I want to get physical.
Which I think was 10
Let
years
me
after
hear your
the
body
movie.
talk.
Let me hear your body talk. Oh, you want to? You want to hear my body talk? There you go. There's my body. I'm talking to you. Is this?
Do you do that in Australian?
Here you go.
You gotta be kidding, man!
This is Dan all day.
It really is.
I mean, Dan, you really much are. You kind of are like.
Yeah.
Was he
Danny Zuko.
Danny Zuko from Greece. You got a very much Danny Zuko qualities. Like Danny, if you got your first letter jacket, you would wear it to the fair, wouldn't you?
Oh, damn right. Summertime.
I got my Rydell letter jacket. Here, this is Dan.
Hey, what is this, Halloween? Where did you swipe this Letterman sweater, huh?
My tools were out stealing hubcaps on Lettered Track. How do you like that?
I can't believe it. Danny Zuko turned jock?
That's right, I did. What are you doing, deserting us? Well, you guys can't follow a leader all your lives, can you? Oh, come on, guys. You know you mean a lot to me. It's just that Sandy does, too, and I'm going to do anything I can to get her. That's it.
Dan, did you get all whipped on your first piece of real ass?
Everyone gets whipped the first piece of ass.
So does that answer yes?
A little bit, yeah.
Who was that first piece of ass that whipped you?
The first girlfriend I had,
That really whipped
serious
ya.
girlfriend, it was Kim Anthony, who's still pretty.
And now, was it in high school or it was?
16.
And like, were you completely, pee-whipped?
A little bit. She didn't look like this.
You would have asked to borrow that camel, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Sandy?
Tell me about it, stud.
Olivia Newton-John.
She was awesome. My kids know like every word to the movie.
They do?
Oh, they've seen it probably 50 times.
Do they think that it's their mom?
No,
And
but they
Romina?
think it's
What
me.
Look at that real primitive equipment they
I
had
know.
back then. This was considered a really elite gym right
And
here.
this was a well-produced music video.
Yeah.
For gay men.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's what I need right there.
That's a machine I like to use. Yeah. God, the 80s.
All right.
It's embarrassing.
It is.
So
You know what?
gross.
The 80s were embarrassing. at
Thank
points.
you.
By the way, this is the worst curling form ever. Look at this right here. Right here. Like, who?
Yeah, I know.
I do think this was geared to gay men.
Of course it was.
No, it wasn't.
I think
Yeah.
it was, Danny.
Yeah.
Subliminally. I mean,
This is
Dan,
not
look at
what
this. Look at
women
this
want.
in and out feature.
Well,
Look, look.
Well, here's the thing. Well,
Hand
What
grips.
the hell?
Remember when you drive down the road and you'd hand grip it so you had like
My friend Bob had one of these in his car.
I
He
know,
was always
and you
using
just
it.
hand grip all the time.
although they start showing some not so good looking people here in a second.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Huh?
To his nipples. Yeah.
What the hell?
This is Lummy and Ashley. I don't know, man. There's a lot going on in this
My
thing.
God.
There's a lot to unpack here. There's Ashley
Oh,
right
she's
there.
riding.
Yeah. I mean, she really was riding a guy out, was
Yep.
she not?
Well, it shows all these guys getting skinny and then in shape, and then she starts like taking shower. Like
There's me and Dan in the gym right there. there's Hispanic Dan right there.
How many of those guys died of HIV?
Oh,
Dan.
she's Dr. Dan.
I'm sorry.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show practices healing through humor, consisting of hyperbolic statements and parody on the backside, including the use of disclaimers to cover their collective
Are you
asses.
saying it as a medical inquiry?
Yes, it looked
You say it
unsafe.
as a medical inquiry.
Dan's just trying to point out that the fact that they didn't have PrEP back then, they
Dan,
meaning
again,
everybody.
it's a medical inquiry, is it not?
Yes.
Say it.
Yes, medical inquiry. Inquiry.
Let's get animal.
Animal?
Look at this guy showing his forearms. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Dan's question might be in play still.
International fame following her leading role in the movie musical Grease. She also starred in the film Xanadu. As a pop star, Newton-John rose to the top of the charts with her multi-platinum hit, the 1981 song Physical.
Lumby, what was her I'll ask, old girl.
That was 41 years ago.
Hey, Alexa, what was Olivia Newton-John's personal wealth?
Here's something I found on the web. According to LachlanEntertainer.com, in the 90s, Newton-John overcame her own battle with breast cancer, which inspired her self-penned and produced album, Gaia, her most personal album reflecting upon her experiences with cancer.
Let me bing.
No, that did not answer my question. Yes, let me bing.
40 million.
40 million, that's it?
Most places I've seen says
40 to 60.
60, and some say 80, but I think 60 is
Publicist
probably.
says she died this morning following a 30-year battle with breast cancer.
She was absolutely beautiful.
Now, Dan, can I ask you a question?
She sold her house in California in 2019 for $8.4 million.
Wow.
Yeah. But like a woman that has
5.4.
When you're dealing with breast cancer for 30 years, is that like she got a double mastectomy?
Probably.
And then, but did they not get it all, or like did it just like
Well,
that? Like, how can you deal with it for 30 years? Because if you had a mastectomy, don't you get it all?
No, because it probably had spread through her body, and breast cancer is, it's got multiple foci, so it doesn't happen just in one spot. It happens throughout your breast all at once. And when they do a mastectomy, they never get 100% of the breast tissue, and often the cancer's already spread to your lymph nodes or beyond. One of her recurrences was in her spine. So, she had systemic cancer cells. And so she was literally fighting a chronic disease for 30 years. It's very sad.
And so, like, it just goes to show you, like, it's a lot of genetics. And no matter how, because, obviously she had any type of resources or money to be able to get any type of treatment, right? And so that it doesn't have really a lot to do with sometimes how much money you have or the ability to get treatment. It's just that, like, you're just prone to those type of genetics or genes. Right? I mean, like, for instance,
some people are more susceptible to cancers. Absolutely.
How about the former owner of the Bucks, John? I'm sorry,
Culverhouse.
Hugh Culverhouse. He had all.
He had a rare cancer. No, that was not genetic.
No, hold on, but he had all the money in the world.
Yep, and we couldn't save him.
And I'm not saying this was genetic. I'm saying money, personal worth. He had the ability to get any type of treatment he needed. And it was just such a rare freak thing.
What kind of cancer was it?
He had a rare lung cancer that does not result from smoking. No, a non-smoking.
And you actually were one of the doctors that revived him temporarily, weren't you not?
Well, we treated him with something that had never, ever been done before. We attached radioactive iodines to a octreotide. It's a substance in your body that your digestive system secretes. And so we were able to attach radioactive iodines to it. And by chance, his cancer had receptors to that particular molecule. So when we attached the radioactive iodine to it,
was this you and your phone? Was this your dad's?
No, it was a guy named Gene Waltering, an amazing surgical oncologist from LSU.
Right.
And so we literally drew this on a napkin, what we were going to do, and we got it to work. And in the middle of the night, a private jet flew from Lima, Peru, to get the radioactive iodine up to where the octreotide was, and then we mixed it together.
You had
and gave it to
you
him.
had to fly. You just can't buy this radioactive iodine.
Oh, no, they'd take it
They
from
don't
a
have it on
nuclear
eBay or
reactor.
anything?
Pardon?
Not like eBay or anything?
No, couldn't do eBay, couldn't do Amazon at the time.
So how do you get some radioactive iodine?
So it's a byproduct of a nuclear reactor, and so they were able to get it from this nuclear power plant down in Lima, Peru, and then they had to fly it up to New Orleans, where it was.
How much? What? Like a test tube full of it?
It wasn't a big amount. No, it was small.
Is it in liquid form?
The iodine, yes, it was in liquid form.
And was
and
it
then
like in a
lead,
big styrofoam box?
but
like,
in a lead box because it's radioactive.
right.
So then we mixed it, and then we administered the
So just on
IV
this
to him.
on this private plane, just this one little lead box.
Yep,
That's it.
that's it.
And the pilots.
And the pilots.
And you like secrete it out as it combines with whatever you're trying to combine it with?
So
and
we combined it with
exits the body?
We combined it with the chemical, gave it to him IV, and then it attached to the cancer cells.
Now, Dan, what did you
And killed
do?
them.
Like, now
Oh,
hold
it
on.
killed them.
Hold on now, Dan.
Interesting.
So, what type of protective gear do you have to have when you're getting this radioactive iodine out of the lead box and mixing it with these whatever the hell you are, these neopeptides or whatever? Like, what do you have to have? Like a hazmat suit on?
Yes, those the guys that actually did I didn't do the mixing. Those guys had lead suits on. Yes, you had to. And then when we were administering it, we had to have protective gear for contamination, and then we also had those little radiation badges because we actually all got a year's worth of radiation in 4 days.
Jeez.
Because he was so hot, he was so radioactive.
Just
And
being around him.
and we had to we had a stopwatch. We could only be there for under a minute. So, you'd hear like the countdown as you were trying to attend to him.
So
And you only do it a few times a day.
while he was in his room after getting this treatment, he was so radioactive that even as a doctor to go check his vitals or to go see what he's doing or ask him a question, you could only be in the room for a minute.
Correct.
No one got sick, right? And started
No.
like throwing up.
No one did.
Now,
No.
but that really crazy thing worked. He didn't die from that. He died from a heart attack, did he not?
Yes, he had a heart attack about 2 weeks later, and the autopsy showed that we got all the cancer, even the stuff that was in his brain. It crossed the
unrelated?
blood-brain barrier.
So Dan, why don't they?
They're still working on it.
Yeah, they still do that.
It looks like they do a lot on thyroid.
Yeah.
Thyroid cancer.
But were you guys on the cutting edge of it? Like, were you guys?
No one had ever treated a lung cancer like this in this fashion. We were the first ones ever. It was crazy. It was exciting.
How close to death was he when you first blasted all that radioactive iodine or whatever?
Yeah, he was sick for about a day. He was sick.
I mean, how bad? Like, just
it
practically kills you, does it not?
The problem is that the radiation will concentrate in the intestines, and so we had to make him go to the bathroom for 24 hours straight. So it was like the worst bowel prep ever. And that got it out of his system. So, 2 days later, he wasn't really radioactive, but he was very radioactive for about 36 hours.
So then
it goes down to the bowel. Is that why they use it to treat graves?
No, the iodine is used without the octreotide because the thyroid will pick up the iodine. And so they'll give a certain amount of radioactive iodine that they've calculated just enough to kill the thyroid.
How much
cancer.
that radioactive iodine cost?
God.
It was probably $50,000 just in jet fuel.
Yeah, but they, they do it on a production scale as opposed to a one-off scale. I mean, this was bespoke medication.
So this would be like they just didn't send one test tube up. If they were going to send one, they might as well send a whole bunch, right?
Yeah, apparently, that's a common byproduct of nuclear reactors, and that's, I guess, where we get our radioactive iodine is from nuclear.
Do we have any nuclear power plants left in here?
Yes, we're not building any new ones, but we have probably 6 or 8.
We had one in Crystal River for the longest
Got
time.
decommissioned.
Long time ago.
Yeah, because the cooling towers are still there, right? I don't know if they can even.
They're often near water to cool them off. So,
but you can see if you fly up that way, you can see that the cooling towers are still there. The big cement cooling towers. I don't know that they can really ever knock those down, can they?
I don't know.
That was probably so contaminated.
They probably have contaminants in them. Yes.
There have been 88 nuclear power plants that have been built in the U.S., 86 of which have at least one operational reactor.
86 still? Really?
Yeah, as of 2020.
Because they last a long time.
Yeah.
Did the one in Crystal River Blitz, did it just wear out? or just became
Had problems.
Didn't
No,
it have a
kept
crack?
breaking. Yeah, had manufacturing problems. It was never a good plant from the very beginning.
Wasn't there
It's kind of like our desalination plant. It's always been a problem.
Did we actually have one of those? We tried one up like north of Tarpon, did we not?
What, a desal plant?
Yeah.
Dunedin still uses one.
They do?
Yeah.
Does it work?
Yeah. They pull the water out of the ground and they use a RO and desal.
I mean, will they ever? I mean, do they efficiently, oceanside cities? Do they? I don't know that there's any municipalities that get their main water from the ocean
No,
at
'cause
all.
I think it's still expensive to do it. It's not efficient.
And if we did, would that really put a hurting on the level of the sea? Right? I mean, or does the sea
like if
never?
we took out like that much water for use,
Yeah.
no, it goes back in because we drain back into the sea. So if it was kept regional, it wouldn't really matter. The most major cities, even on the coast, are still near fresh water because the way that people got around before there were cars was by boat, and so major cities are always on ports.
Did the Crystal River nuclear plant? It never had like a 3 mile an island wrap or nothing like that. I mean, I'm sorry, Love Canal or whatever.
No.
There's one in Port St. Lucie as well.
It wasn't that the biggest nuclear disaster ever, the 3 Mile Island or
Probably
the
Chernobyl.
Well, I'm sorry.
Chernobyl was 3 Mile Island after it went bad.
1986.
Domestically, isn't it?
Yeah.
Domestically, now was that the 3 Mile Island? Was that New York? Upper New York, I think it was, maybe.
Yeah, like New York. Yeah, somewhere up there.
What's this map? Oh, it's
the server error.
Turner server error.
Pennsylvania, it says.
Oh, is that where it was? Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
That was just showing how many what states have all the nuclear facilities.
Look, Indiana didn't have any nuclear facilities. These are all the nuclear. Well, I keep getting an internal
They won't make
error.
it big.
Yeah. But are they getting away from wasn't nuclear super efficient and super?
Still is.
And it's probably the cleanest of everything.
Yeah.
So why don't we have more of them? Is it just
politics?
Yeah, people don't want them near their backyards.
When they go wrong in a really bad way.
Yeah, but haven't we perfected the fact that I don't even know that we've had
anything.
I don't know that we've actually had any major nuclear reactor.
And you got to think most of these plants that are around still were built like in the 60s and 70s.
Wow. That's exactly right. They're all really old, and they all are ready to be decommissioned and replaced. But the political environment doesn't allow that, and it's a shame because, the nuclear reaction is really a green reaction, and there's not a lot of carbon being released by it. There's heat, and that's got to be cooled by water, and so it does have a little bit of an issue with hot water, being redistributed into a ecosystem, and we always worry about the waste. But other than that,
what's the waste?
Well, the waste is
the
slow,
the spent rods.
Yeah, the slow degrading nuclear reaction that still continues in those rods.
How does? Because the average guy rolling around like me probably doesn't, and maybe even Lummy doesn't really understand how nuclear reaction makes power, like how it
starts with splitting the atom. Is that right, Dan? Is that where the power is derived?
That's where you get me.
Well, here's
hey, Lummy, that's where they get us. The splitting of the atom.
Are you asking how like the power plant itself works though,
or how do you generate energy from nuclear power?
Hold on,
So,
all of those questions.
All right, so basically, it heats water.
What the power plant does?
The nuclear reaction.
Nuclear reaction does.
Yeah, you got to start there, Blitz. You got to say they got these big rods.
Okay,
that's how that works.
Sorry, I thought that was
right?
like a given. Yeah.
No, that's not a given. Like
Okay.
there might be a
He's
guy
just
right now
trying to
jamming through Arkansas. No, I'm trying to be the average man.
Okay.
Trying to be the average man.
But
I know the average guy understands how nuclear power plants work.
Okay.
There's probably a lot of guys right now saying, you know what, Bubba, I really don't really. I'm a pretty smart guy, and I don't understand how it works. Other than I think they put these big rods, these rods of what? Plutonium or something?
There's a couple different things.
Plutonium and uranium are the ones you're thinking of.
All right, and these rods are like what, the size of telephone poles or bigger?
Usually they're smaller.
They're small, but there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, lots of them. A whole grid of them.
Right, and they throw them down into some hot water, right?
Well, in water.
Okay.
It makes the water hot, which produces steam.
So all these rods that are made up of different type of stuff, cause a reaction, a nuclear reaction, when they're dipped in water, right?
And is the water is like it's a man-made structure, or it's always in the ocean?
No.
It's man-made.
It's man-made.
Okay.
So
right.
that part of it,
Sienna,
that
you
part
didn't
of
even
it's
know. You didn't even know about
that part
it.
of
I
it's,
don't know anything.
Okay,
that part of it's
so
enclosed.
I'm speaking for you on two.
Yeah,
All right.
I know very little.
All right,
so it creates heat, and the heat's used to boil water to create to move a turbine
for steam. Yeah, for steam.
It's essentially a steam engine.
So
It's like a train.
What's the problem? It sounds like that would be cleaner than coal. That
It's
would
a
be
lot cleaner.
Cleaner than oil.
Other than the spent rods, basically.
All right. So when these rods, how big are these rods, Blitz? Like the size of me?
They're thinner.
No, they're small.
They're thinner. They're probably like 4 to 6 feet, and they're probably maybe 4 inches in diameter.
And
but
where
there's
do
a
you
bunch
get
of them.
And where do you get these rods?
They make them, and they have to purify the uranium, and so that's what we fight with Iran about, because they're trying to purify uranium so that they say they can make these rods, but we're saying it's because they're trying to make.
All right. And uranium is a mineral, or like it's something that
It's
you
an
find.
element.
It's
an element
that's in the ground.
Yes.
Right, like coal, or or lime rock.
We get a lot of it
or
from
oil.
Is it from Afghanistan or something?
Do we have any? Do we have any uranium deposits here in America?
I believe we do.
There's uranium everywhere. It's just in tiny amounts.
Right.
So they have to concentrate it.
What's uranium look like? Like, do I got some at my track? You think?
Yeah,
dirt.
Lots of it.
Start digging.
What does it look like? Dirt?
It's mixed with dirt, and so, but a uranium rod is like goldish colored.
Right.
And so what happens is they control the amount of heat by how they expose
these rods,
them.
though? Where do you get these rods from?
The countries make them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like Blitz, where do you? I mean, like let's say you have.
I use AliExpress.
All right, so you got to get these rods.
It looks like we got
makes the rods?
35% U.S. bought from Kazakhstan,
Okay, so in
Canada,
that region.
Australia, Russia, and then 5 other countries combined make up who we buy it from.
But Kazakhstan is the number one.
It says 35% of it.
Man, Blitz, what if I was sitting on a big thing of uranium at my track? That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would be
big
awesome.
Big old deposit of it.
Start selling rods.
Hey, I closed Bubba Raceway Park because it's a uranium depot now. Selling it. I mean,
that's what they're doing across the street.
Blitz, if I had uranium, would I be able to find a buyer?
If it was
a concentration of it,
pure enough or whatever, then yeah, you could. But.
Absolutely.
Gary Grubbs look at it and give me what my dump truck per dump truck price is.
Yeah. Or the government would just come in and just take it over and say, sorry about your luck, it's ours now.
Oh, yeah, well, good luck with it. You're talking to Tom Bean about that. You can bamboozle me when you're not going to bamboozle him. Oh, so are is this what those rods look like right here?
They're storing them in that.
All right. And that's a regular worker, right?
Yeah, that may just be stored water, too. So, because, again, the water that comes in contact with the uranium is also radioactive. It's contaminated. So there's a lot of contaminant waste that they have to deal with, and it doesn't go away. It doesn't become uncontaminated for sometimes hundreds of years.
So what do you do? Bury it?
Bury it or shoot it into space.
Shoot it?
And that's good.
Do they, honest to God, do they really shoot it into space?
They've talked about doing that.
And there's one small issue with that, though.
What?
What happens if the rocket blows up as it goes up?
Right.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Well,
like Voyager 1 and 2 are still powered by a nuclear reaction, and they have a pile of uranium that is slowly degrading and giving off heat, and that heat is what's powering the electricity of Voyager 1 and 2.
Yep. There's a few rockets or satellites that
this is
have
way
that.
beyond my comprehension. And so,
they're really worried about them too, because if they do explode going up, they're an issue.
All right. So, but the ones that are already up there, man, if they explode, I mean,
if they explode now, who cares?
Right. We just got to get all this up in space. How much of this nuclear waste do we have? Why don't we make bombs out of them? Why don't we take this?
They'd be dirty bombs. The whole point of
that would be the best ever.
But see, the problem is, Bubba,
I mean, hey, you know what we do with our used uranium? We make bombs out of them, and they're pointed right at you, Putin. So we don't.
He's got them too.
The problem is it ruins the area. The best nuclear weapons are those that hit, and then the decontamination only lasts a couple days, and they are safe again after a couple days. If you bomb an area with nuclear waste, it could be radioactive for centuries.
Perfect.
Look at Japan.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thousands and thousands of years.
I don't want them to be able to come back like a bunch of cockroaches. I want to kill them.
Okay.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I mean, their children's children aren't really responsible for anything that
A
happened.
nuclear
but they
reactor,
suffer.
formerly known as an atomic pile, is a device used
I'm
to
not trying to kill no kids. I'm not trying to kill no
I
kids.
want reparations for December 7th.
initiate and control a self-sustained nuclear chain reaction. Nuclear reactors are used at nuclear power plants for electricity generation and in nuclear marine propulsion.
I mean,
So that's where the rods
right?
go. See all those like the grid down there?
yeah, they put the rods down in there.
Yeah, then fill it full of water.
And so what they do is they expose them, and as they get close to each other, they get even hotter. And so they can,
The
they
heat
can control the temperature and the rate of reaction by how close and how many of
Nuclear
the
fission
rods
is
are
passed
together.
to
So they got a guy there, like a monitoring.
Yeah, Homer Simpson.
They got Homer Simpson there
Yeah,
monitoring.
that's what he did.
I know he was monitored, but he that's what I'm afraid of is that our nuclear plant is being controlled by a guy like Homer Simpson, eating donuts, not really caring.
It probably is.
It really is.
working fluid, water,
I mean, you got to
He's
probably
working from home.
or gas, which in
yeah. The guy running the nuclear reactors, zooming in from home, be able to
In his
control it.
underwear.
turn runs through steam turbines.
Are those all the rods right there? Oh.
Are these
Those
all the
are
rods?
rods.
Those are all the rods?
Yeah, those are down there.
And they throw some water on there, and it's like
Yep.
starts bubbling. And,
I think it shows it. I think it shows what happened.
Turbines.
oh,
See, they adjust the height and the exposure of them, and that determines how hot it gets.
so this is a real. This isn't just throw some rods down in a bucket of water. I mean, this is a real finite
yeah,
situation.
I think they know what they're doing. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
You got
Wow.
a few things playing, I think.
I'd like to drive that thing. I'd just be going back and forth all day. I would be. I'd be like,
Yeah.
man, whatever.
Homer Simpson, all right.
I would be. I could be that last guy to work in a nuclear plant. Now, is that all the nuclear water that's getting, like real hot?
What are the uses of nuclear reactors? A nuclear reactor produces and controls the release of energy from splitting the atoms of certain elements. In a nuclear power reactor, the energy released is used as heat to make
Now, if you jumped in there, would you just be completely not real good?
No, it'd probably be hot and it'd be radioactive.
Right? I mean,
So you'd be burned.
you'd probably kill any cancer you had on you, though, right?
Or it'd give you
to
cancer.
generate
If you had any melatonin on you or whatever, you get
electricity. In a research
get some skin cancer on your arm. You
Melanoma?
just dip your arm down in there.
Yeah, it takes it right off.
reactor, the main
Yeah, melanoma. If you got like a melanoma on your foot, Blitz, just dip your foot down in there.
Okay.
purpose is to utilize the actual neutrons produced in the core. In most naval reactors, steam drives a turbine directly for
That looks like a scuba deal to me.
propulsion.
Look.
The principles of using nuclear power to produce electricity is to produce steam.
I like this.
Cannot explode like an atom. Also uses reactor cannot explode like an atom bomb. When it is subcritical by at least a margin defined in the reactor's technical specification.
So is that having a reaction right now?
Yes, it's just creating heat. And they're saying it can't explode, it just can get super hot.
And then we
No
use that
fuel
energy for
movements or
basically
control system.
anything and everything?
Yeah.
And then how do we captivate that energy? Like how do
By
we
boiling
how do we-
water, sending it through a steam turbine, which generates electricity.
Right, like
And
most
then-
most regular power plants at that point.
Right. Wouldn't the Hoover Dam just be so much easier, more efficient?
If what?
Yeah, but we need a river like that and a dam on every river, and so
Oh.
it doesn't really work.
I'm just saying, like that's super.
Five dead men.
That's super clean energy.
I
isn't it?
like dam energy. That
Isn't
does.
dam energy pretty
In a
damn?
pressurized water,
Isn't dam energy pretty damn good?
Except for, if you really want to look at it objectively, it's very disruptive to the environment when you dam a river and lower its levels distal to the dam and flood it proximal to the dam. It's very disruptive.
Yeah. Seems like some clean energy to me. They don't got to worry about the waste. You got a couple of dead fishes dying on the low point of the dam. So sorry.
Well, it usually
pointy
floods a lot of
toads.
land too, though, around it.
Yeah, it floods out that land north of the
reactor. Water is enclosed in 3 separate but interacting loops. In loop 1, water becomes intensely hot as it absorbs heat from the energy of nuclear fission. But because it is under very high pressure, the water doesn't boil and remains a liquid. Pipes from loop 1 wind through a steam generator tank that is
We're going to wind energy, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Screw all this. We're going to put big-ass windmills.
Yeah, go back 400 years.
I mean, are those efficient? Do they work?
They work when they work, but when they don't work, they just sit there. And so if there's no wind, if it's frozen, and you can't have them very far from the energy needs because we can't we can't move energy as efficiently as you would think. We can't just like have like a giant cable that goes from a nuclear power plant in Canada and runs down energy to Tampa. It'll never ever happen. It has to be very close.
How far?
Miles, not like tens of miles. Miles.
So that's all that. You mean wind energy? That power is tough to transfer, or
Correct.
all energy is tough.
All energy.
But is wind energy even tougher?
I don't think it's tougher. I think it's just again you need wind, and you need it to be close to the energy needs, just like solar.
It's very much an eyesore.
Yeah, they are.
But in the middle of the oceans, man, nobody can see those.
Just the birds that don't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, thinning out the bird herd ain't so bad.
Bird herd.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
We were talking about their nuclear power this morning.
Oh, shit.
Thank you, Chap. Morning, sweet love me.
Let me a light stream.
Light
What
stream
does
next.
nuclear waste look like?
We did two.
It's just.
Did we do two light streams yesterday?
Yeah, we did 2 light streams, 1 snap.
Oh,
So it
okay.
either looks like the rod.
I'm gonna do a
just looking
stamp.
different.
right
Okay,
now.
I didn't know if
Just
it was
like
like
an
a
Stamps and
slime
stuff?
or
Alright.
something.
It depends on what they're doing. I mean, they
Yeah.
when they're refining uranium, there's
Okay.
probably a slime.
Yeah.
Not quite as pure.
Yeah.
I hope I have uranium on my fucking property.
Start digging. Hi, Chad. I guess it's just you and I. I'm so broken today. I do like mustard. What's up, Gruber Lips? Good morning, Gary Cantrell. Trick me. Trick me. Morning, Crossbone. 01. No, we haven't covered that yet. Sweet love me. 25's big ass nose. Good morning. Oh, and he's leaving too. Goodbye. Really is just me now. Manson was the mole. Good morning. Treat me. Be right beard. Good morning, Bright Farm, John's Island. Road Town. Good morning. Of course it is, Snozic Slayer. Of course, Bald Walls, Veronica, good morning. What's up, Athlete? Thank you, Halo Flies. I need to learn more about nuclear power plants. I don't really know anything. Good morning, Nick the Gun Guy. I am waking up. I have coffee. Give me a second. I'm actually, like, pretty alert, even though I don't seem that way. Have I been to Whole Foods? No, I have not. Not lately. I do love Whole Foods, though, but it's so expensive. For no good reason.
Everyone left?
Everyone's gone. But I love Whole Foods.
Yo.
Let me hear your butt side. Do I like potatoes? Sure do. I like potatoes and tomatoes. How about that? How about it?
What's up, Betsy? Was the ball?
Let me hear your butt side. Ah.
Trying to lock me out.
Dr. Dan. What's up, Bubba's bike seat? Another spin instructor, 46 months.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love
I'm going to start quitting people. I'm not trying to get arrogant where I'm all that. I have a inventory of new people that will come and listen to the show. But for you people to act like dicks, I'm over you.
Hello there, the redneck with good skincare at a drive-thru in a dually Ford. You're eating bites of chicken with cheese and ketchup only. Unsavory is lonely 'cause he's banned. He wanted me to write this to ask for your forgiveness. He wishes you and him could be best friends until you wear Depends. He dissed you. Now he misses you.
Listen, buddy.
BTLS, unsavory is sorry. He got banned quicker than abortion rights. That stupid Bob Ross wig is how this beef started. He wore it just to waste Lummy's time, then left a stupid comment. And Bubba saw it, put a hat on his camera, then he cried. If Bubba is still angry, ban Carlos or Tampa Terry. Break this disc if you think it's not right. Unban him tonight. Unsavory is so sorry. He wore a clown wig on his head. Unsavory is so sorry. He wore a clown wig on his head.
I was like, okay, I get it. I understand. Like, listen, Bo, buddy.
What do you call him, Bubba?
Listen. Going to the post office and UPS store sucks. Not when you use Stamps.com. I got a promo code. Let me tell them all about it.
Promo code Bubba.
Stamps.com is your 24-hour, 7 days a week post office and UPS store. Anything that you can do there, you can do from the privacy of your own business or your home. Skip the headache by using Stamps.com. For more than 20 years, Stamps has been the best tool for over 1 million businesses. Get discounts reserved for usually Fortune 500 companies, like 30% off UPS. I'm sorry, 86% off UPS. 30% off the post office. You don't need any special equipment, just your regular printer and computer, and you're ready to go. Stamps.com works seamlessly with Shopify, Amazon, Etsy, eBay, and more. Don't mail and ship the hard way or one more package other than using Stamps.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Sign up with my promo code Bubba and get a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale, no long-term commitments and/or contracts. Just go to Stamps.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Click on the microphone on the top homepage and type in Bubba. B-U-B-B-A. Stamps.com.
Promo code Bubba.
Lummy, we are 30 away from my 47,000 YouTube goal.
We're so close.
I'm sorry, Dr. Danny.
So you got like 50 people yesterday? Because you had 90 yesterday, right?
Well, I don't know how many. Yeah, sure, whatever. I need 30 more by the end of the show today. I'm going to be pissed off.
Let's go.
We don't want pissed off Bubs.
Blitz has already said he's going to go live on YouTube from the hotel room in Daytona. Him and Anna are fixing to do a little something.
Blummel action.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be live from Columbus, Indiana, a few different times, one of which will be my 5 o'clock chicken sandwich review live. All of that, though, is contingent that I can pick up 30 new people from now until I end my show today.
Oh, and I recorded a new baking video as well yesterday.
You did?
Yeah.
All exclusive to our YouTube channel.
Yes, I'll send that to Rhett.
And it costs nothing. Here's what I don't understand. We got millions and millions of listeners, but only 46,980 subscribers on our YouTube, and it's free. Like, it doesn't cost anything to be a subscriber or to get a notification from YouTube. I understand some of the other stuff that we nickel and dime you about. Greg and Amy, $25, I think, on the Cash App. Thank you. I get it. You may not be able to be an OnlyFans subscriber. You may not be able to be a Twitch subscriber. You may not be able to, buy a bunch of merchandise and, BubbaArmyRadio.com and all the other 86 ways I shake your ass right down to zero. But you can at least go and, for free, everybody goes to YouTube. Like, let's just face it.
Everybody
goes.
It takes a second to click on subscribe.
And not only that, Dan, even your wife probably goes to YouTube a lot.
Yes.
So every person that can hear my voice goes to YouTube. I know you do, you son of a bitches. So if you can hear my voice and you're not subscribed to my channel, we got a problem. Because, one, we're putting some pretty good stuff over there. And, two, we just need to get our numbers up a little bit. We got to be. I mean, they don't even take you seriously till you're 50,000. 50,000 sounds so much better than 46,980.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Please. How many you got? 46,980.
Looks like saying you're 5'11" and 3/4.
Yeah.
Sounds better. 6 foot.
Yeah. 6'5" is even better. That'd be like 100,000. But let's see if we can get to 50 ASAP. You unappreciative mother effers. It doesn't take anything. And quite frankly, there's some pretty good stuff over there. There's some stuff. We take the show and break it down into segments. Sometimes we put complete shows up there. A lot of Lummy, I think Brett just put together a Herschel Walker video.
Oh, nice.
That he's going to release when we had Herschel Walker on.
It's a good interview.
I'm going to be live from Columbus, Indiana, on Thursday. Blitz and Honor are going to be live, and the only place you're going to find all this nonsense is our YouTube channel. So you stupid mother effers. I'd like to. There should be like 1,000 signups just this like right now.
Mm-hmm.
People, if you're listening to us in a vehicle, 10 and 2, please don't pay any attention to your phone until you get stopped.
Get to your destination safely.
Yeah, I would even say you at a stoplight because you're really not supposed to be looking at your phone at a stoplight either, are you?
No.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like everyone doesn't.
Like everybody doesn't text and drive and send emails and look at porn and directions and all while we're driving. We're just some of us are really good at it. Blitz, you're really good at it. I'm real good at it. Dan, I think you're pretty good at it, aren't you?
I never text and drive.
I do all the time.
Dr. Dan is responsible. He pulls over to the side.
Yes, I wait for the red lights.
Yeah, me too. I'm just kidding. Dan, you know what you are,
can
though?
legally text at a red light, by the way.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, but Dan, you're a talker into the phoner. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm a typer. You're a talker into the phoner. Are you not?
I sure am.
How about you, Lummy?
I
Are you
Texter.
dictator? I'm a texter too.
Texter.
Anna, are you a dictator or a texter?
No. I'd like to text.
Blitz.
Type.
Yeah. Dan, you're the only dictator here. Imagine that.
Yeah, well, I like to dictate.
And the problem is it actually works better.
What does?
It's really talk to text.
It's faster.
It's really
for me.
good now.
Yeah,
I don't use it, but it's really good.
Sometimes it messes up.
It messed up this morning when Bubba was asking me to do something with Jay, and I had to try to.
Don't talk too much.
I'm just saying that I just had to
It's all
text
private.
something
That was
to
a
Jay.
private conversation. Which, by the way, you're the worst at
privileged.
You're the privileged work product.
But the point I'm making is it didn't like what I said, and it took me a long time to correct it. And then Bubba was like, "That's if you want to start paying attention to me." I'm like, "Oh, dude, I'm paying attention to you. I'm just
you were
trying
not.
to do this. I
You
was.
were not.
I
You're
was
the
doing
worst
what you
at it.
told me to do. I was following your directions."
What's your breakfast?
I got a piece of steak.
Nice.
Yummy.
From where?
Longhorn.
You had
You mixed
steak
it
at
up?
Longhorn?
Where's the chickens?
Saturday.
Oh, did you take someone else's meal?
Yep. Saturday.
Knew it.
No, this is mine. This is what I ordered.
Oh.
I thought you got chicken.
I did. I ordered 2 because I wanted to have leftovers for the week. That's what I do now.
Oh,
and it was
nice.
and it was on a gift card. So I had $26 left on this gift. I'm like, I'm just going to order a little filet with a baked potato.
Flo's filet.
Actually, if I was to be honest with you, I messed up and ordered broccoli.
Oh
and
no!
threw it away because broccoli sucks.
You should give it to me.
I meant to order another baked potato, but Longhorn's online kind of deal. Like if you're not, you get one side and one salad, but if you don't go down and do the skip
Oh, you
the
don't
salad,
eat it there? You order it to go?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's my new deal.
Okay.
Is there a drive-through?
No, they'll come
At
right to your
Longhorn?
curb. They'll come right out to your curb. Oh, that really made. I just really hit the spot too.
Good.
So, Lummy, I need you to do some content.
Yep, I'm up.
While you're in, while we're gone.
Yeah.
Dan, are you going to be in town? Like, what are you doing? I'm going to Columbus, Indiana. Blitz and Anna are going to Daytona. Lummy, are you staying around here?
Yeah, I got the Bucks game this weekend.
Yep,
Gonna
Bucks game, Saturday
practice. Yep.
Oh, you got Bucks game Saturday night?
Yep.
Against the
Opening.
Dolphins.
Practice?
Is it open?
Yeah, it's the first game Saturday against the Dolphins.
Like a real game?
It's a preseason.
Oh, will Brady even be in the building?
No.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be in the building probably, but he's not
He'll
going to
throw a
play.
couple passes.
No, he's not playing.
0?
He's already come out and
He'll
said he's not
probably be in
playing.
street clothes.
Yeah, probably.
Probably be in street clothes.
Do you know what's weird? Is they have this game now, and then the next home game isn't for almost 6 weeks. It's like September 11th.
Yeah, week 1 or not week 1, but
3.
the regular season.
We're going to still do our September 25 tailgate deal.
It's no one's going to be there on the 20th September.
I thought it was the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packer
Yeah,
home game.
that's the first home game. Yeah, September 23rd, though I think it is.
Is it the 23rd or the 25?
I thought it was 25th we decided. Because that's a Sunday.
Watch me drop the mic on Dan's stupid ass right now.
Is it the 25th?
Let me look at the
Let's
date.
see.
Look good.
25th.
25th. Okay,
Yeah.
so okay, 25th.
425.
For Bubba Clem. This is for Know It All Dan right there, buddy. Even though I didn't know how a nuclear reactor worked, but he does. So we do have. We do got a very important guest at 9:00, and Lummy booked it.
Good job.
And I told Dan that not to have Jay come in. And this is no disrespect to Jay at all. It's just this is my guest. Like I even told Blitz, Anna, if she'd like to leave the studio, she can.
To
Because
leave?
well, if you like.
Well, you
I
said,
don't want to leave.
and you said too, you want it just to be you and the guest on camera, nobody else.
With perhaps, that's going to be a split
Yeah, you said
screen.
nobody else. Yep.
Just going to be me and that guy, and that's it. Now, Lummy, I'm going to probably have you in here, maybe.
Oh, okay.
But Anna, yeah,
You could turn my mic off if that's better. But can I be in here watching it happen?
Yes, you can be.
Or
I'm just going to turn your mic off.
that's fine.
And you won't be on camera.
That's fine.
But yeah, you can be in here. Sure,
Okay.
of course you
Okay.
can. I just didn't want you to think that you had to participate or try to get a
Oh, I
question
mean,
in.
God, what could I offer? Nothing. So,
Nothing.
No, I'm just happy to witness it.
Right. And Lummy, I got to tell you, man, that might get you the strap back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the minute we say
And
goodbye to this
your ring.
Well, we don't.
Did I say that I was?
Yeah, you did.
Oh.
I think Bubba was feeling good that day.
Did I say that I'd give him my Tampa Bay Storm ring?
You said if he got a decent guest, that he would get the storm ring.
Okay, then so be it.
Oh,
Let me you get my storm ring. I'll bring it to you. I'll bring it to you tomorrow.
But let me. I thought you said you just wanted his approval.
I
and
do.
Satisfaction.
That's what
and
Now
his,
you're being so
his-
greedy.
I just want your approval, Bubba.
Well, I got you got my approval, and I'm ready to step up and give you this ring. If I'm a man of my word. If
I think
said,
Lummy would display that ring proudly at his house.
I'm afraid that Lummy would not think any. Like I don't know. I don't think Lummy really cares either way. I don't think he would wear it, and I don't think that he would display it. It would just be, he has my ring.
Oh, he would have it displayed. Let's get real.
Yeah, right next to your painting. The Bubba collection.
He absolutely
on the wall.
would.
It might fit as a pinky ring for you, Lummy, and so if I do give it to you, you may have to wear it on the air, like right next to your wedding band. Like you have to be like it's Ashley on your wedding finger, and then it's me on your pinky.
There we go.
That almost might be the rib, and that that ring stays right there, right at your, where your trapper keeper is and everything. The ring stays right there.
Perfect.
And technically it's, what, Lummy, I think I'm not going to give you ownership of it, but while you're on the show, I'd like for you to wear it as
a long-term lease.
A lease.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Lummy, when I asked for my ring back, we're broken up.
Oh.
Kind of like high school. Like, when you're in high school and you give the girl your class ring.
Lummy's going to wear it around his neck.
Class ring, please.
Dr. Neck, I brought a gold necklace.
When you were in high school, they didn't do that? I mean, they
Well, no, because number one, I didn't date, but also it wasn't like the 50s.
They really didn't do that much in my high school either.
Listen.
No offense.
Not the 50s, but like I went to high school in the 80s, and so did you, Dan. We're the same age, and that was a thing, wasn't it?
It still was in the 80s, yes.
Yeah.
Well, not in the 2000s.
Yeah, I was in the 90s, and we really didn't do that.
Yeah, no. Sorry, Bubs.
In the 50s, they used to give a pin.
Oh, God.
Or they would wear their letter sweater.
Yeah.
They did that at my place too.
Yeah, girls wore Letterman's jackets in Northeast.
Yeah.
It was cool. If you had a hot cheerleader wearing your jacket, that was...
See, what you would do
Your
is
name on her?
if you're on the football team.
Cheerleaders had their own jackets.
Well,
I think you could just order a Letterman jacket if you wanted one.
Not at our place. You had to earn it.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
You had to
everyone gets one, Bubba. Everyone gets a trophy.
Yeah, that's the way it is now.
No. Everyone could get a jacket, but you would get offered like the letters.
No.
And you could like iron them on if you were a varsity player or something.
You could not even, like, there was a sporting goods store. Ours were, I think I have my Letterman's jacket.
I have mine.
It was really a big deal because even to get one, you had to varsity letter. The way Warsaw High went is you had to varsity letter 2 years to get a jacket. Now,
wow, that's stiff.
Yeah, 1 year got you a sweater, which was a white sweater with a big orange and black W on it because we were the Warsaw Tigers. Now, on your second varsity letter, Dan, you got a jacket and then a W to put on the jacket and then a pin on the sport that you were,
Right. Football, wrestling,
Isn't
whatever.
there a story on how Dan got his?
And then, hold on. And then for every year after that year, you'd get a bar.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, like, some of these big-time studs, like Neil Fribley and Jeff, they would have, like, a Letterman's jacket. Then they'd have a football with, like, 2 bars or 3 bars.
Okay.
Then they'd have a basketball with, like, 3 bars. And then they'd have, like, a baseball for, like, 3 bars.
Oh.
And then, like, the chicks would just go crazy. It's almost like, it was like a general, like how many, how much hardware you could have on your thing. And then your girl would wear it. If you're on the football team, she would wear it because football's a little bit cold. It's cold at that time.
Was football the only sport that they would
football
offer?
And basketball.
And that was it?
No,
wrestling, track.
Yeah, you could get letters in baseball,
were there
cross country.
Were there any girls in your school that had Letterman jackets of their own?
They got the girls. Same. It was the same system for the girls too. It was the same.
Right.
They had.
So it wasn't just a.
No, it wasn't. The girls had the same identical, except they were girl jackets. They were bigger one. They were kind of cut for girls, but they have volleyball
but they were still
or
offered
softball.
them.
Oh yeah, same thing.
Yeah, same in my school. So.
And I think that the girls had instead of their W's being orange, their W's were white.
Sure.
That was the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Girl jacket from guy jacket.
Right.
But you'd see a girl and she'd have like 3 volleyballs, 3 softballs, and like 3 tracks or something like that. And the bitch was just
super decorated.
And you could just had a great body. Maybe not such a good face, but man, she had a really hard rocking body. Dan, you got your letter sweater. You got your first varsity letter, an academic one, and your mom had to go in front of the Pinellas County School Board and raise all kinds of hell. Did she not?
You were a cool kid.
Yeah, I also lettered in a JV letter in wrestling the same year, Anna. So I was
JV.
Well, I was a freshman.
So that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. What sports did you letter in?
Track.
How many years?
Mm-hmm. 2.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what you didn't get? None of us can say that we got an academical one because we were stupid.
Academical?
Because
me too.
And Dan, didn't you? There was like some type of rule where like if you made the dean's list
5 in a row,
and it was some obscure rule that nobody ever really thought of or really
tried to do.
And so you got on the dean's list all 4 semesters.
All 5.
All 5.
There's 6-week grading periods, so there's 6 of them.
All right, so there's 6 semesters in a school year.
6 periods, yeah.
And so you got your letterman's jacket by your freshman year?
Yeah, but I had 2 letters on it. I had my academic varsity letter and I had my JV wrestling letter.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, and I had my jacket. That was very important to me.
But didn't your mom
She fought. You absolutely.
Went to go get it, and they're like, "We don't even know what you're talking about." And then you broke out this rule book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me the story how it went.
Well, I went to the awards assembly and they gave me this thing that didn't look like a letter. It wasn't a big N. It was something else. And there's like a patch. And I'm like, this isn't a varsity letter. This is BS. And, we barked up, up to the administration, up to the school board. And eventually I got my damn letter.
But it was because of Arlene.
It was Arlene. Yep. And I earned it. And I got 4 bars or 3 extra bars on that one too. Cause I did it every year.
Oh, wow.
The academic letter. I did 2 varsity letters in wrestling. I did a varsity letter in cross country and 2 JV letters in wrestling.
That's the worst sport ever.
Cross country?
Yeah.
Well, it was the same coach, and he made us run in the summer.
No,
so
but like us
the
football
fall.
players would be watching the cross country dudes, and it's like deers. They just I'd be like, man, you guys, we're done with practice. We beat the hell out of each other, and you guys are still running.
Yeah.
How uncool is that?
Yeah, it sucked.
And they were like little deers. The way they were like,
they have to be. You can't run long distance.
Oh my God! But they could
guy.
run forever.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
They're endurance athletes.
Hours.
I mean, like literally, we would have a 2-hour and 15-minute practice, and they left. They'd run all through the city, through the golf course.
Yeah, you'd see them on your ride home.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You'd see them the golf course and all over by the ball fields and clear out on the other side of town, and they're like just still running and running and running.
What was the longest race that they had for cross country in high school?
5K. It was 3 miles.
That was the longest one?
That's all they did. Yeah.
I think. Are you sure?
At my high school.
I feel like in mine it was like maybe 10 miles or something. I don't know.
10 miles. I couldn't run 10 miles
do that even in
in
college.
But in football, when I was there, we had certain minimums. So like
it says, high school races are 3 miles or 3.1 miles.
There you
the
go.
longest ones.
5Ks.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but when you were on the football team, Dan, during summer conditioning, you had to run like a 100-yard dash, like under like 16 seconds.
Right.
Even if you're a lineman, and then you had to run like a 400. Like one time around the track within a certain amount, or you were not on the team.
Yeah, like 2 minutes.
I don't know what it was. No, It was something that they also took in consideration, bigger guys like me. But it was, you really had to be in shape. And then we had to go a mile, and I think the mile was 12 or 13 minutes. I think 12 minutes. But that's hauling ass as a big guy.
Oh yeah, that is.
And I remember I trained, me and Larry Plummer, and Larry Plummer could get under 12, and I couldn't. Our junior year, and I got under. I was like 11:58.
That wins.
And I wasn't even the last guy. There was like 10 other guys that had to go back, and literally we started like hitting, and they would have to go out and run all day in order to finally.
Oh, they couldn't scrimmage until they beat that number?
No. And eventually, after about a week, they'd get
So while we were out, Dan, hitting, doing the Oklahoma drill and all that kind of deal, these, the 10 or 12 handful of heavier guys that were like freshmen or sophomores were out trying to make the 12-minute mile. And then 2 of them gave up, and I think 3 of them made it. And I don't know. I think after like maybe 3 weeks, the coach just said, okay, whatever. Just come on over here now.
In an unprecedented move, the FBI executing a search.
What was your toughest physical? What was your toughest? Like, you played, college ball a little bit.
Yeah.
What was like the toughest?
We had to do 21-10s, and I can't remember the time, but you had to do it all in one, and you had to do it in a certain amount of time.
110s
in a row.
What's
20
it,
back and
21-10?
forth. One, so you go 110 yards, run back, that's one, and keep doing 20
like suicides?
times. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, but a football field long.
Yeah, for 20 of them, and it was in a certain amount of time. That was probably one of the hardest things.
The worst workout I ever endured was the jumpers workout, because I was a sprinter and a hurdler. But one day I was like, oh, I'll just work out with the jumpers, and they were doing all these like box jumps, like high jump, long jump, and triple jump. Those guys, I couldn't walk for a week. It was horrible.
Oh, there was another one, the snake. You run up and down every line on the football.
You get that every Saturday night.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Attached to your wife.
Yeah, we changed the name to the snake.
We had to do bleachers and up and down.
Oh yeah, bleachers for wrestling. That sucked.
No, for football.
Oh really?
And up and down was one. And we started our conditioning program June 1st, and by August 1st, we could do 75 of them. Up and down is one.
That's
We
brutal.
started the first one like the first week we did 20, and then the next week we did like 25, and then the next week 30. Then 35, then 40, and we got up to 75. The worst ever. I don't think you could do them in today's standards because kids would bite it all the time. You got so much sweat, and you're just really pushing yourself, and sometimes you'd miss a stair, and you'd literally take a lick. You'd literally
slide,
scratch your elbow, or a guy knocked his
knee all the
teeth
way down.
out, or all kinds of deals. Yeah.
And you guys had decent sized bleachers, right?
Oh yeah, I think there were like 30 to 40 rows up.
Oof.
Oh, it was the worst.
Did
you see the FBI raided
Mar-a-Lago?
Mar-a-Lago
After it
yesterday?
happened, it's all the news talked about for the rest of the night.
They went in and cracked open his safe.
Yeah.
And found nothing.
When are they just going to let this go?
First of all, this is unconscionable. And the
What
reasons,
president? They didn't screw with Clinton this bad.
No, and imagine the outrage if during the Durham investigation he did an FBI type raid on Obama and Biden and Hillary Clinton. Imagine if that happened, how angry the media would be at Trump for doing that.
Oh,
and
he
so
was a czar.
And exactly. And so a lot of this information can be obtained with a subpoena without having to do an FBI type, like you're a criminal raid. And the other thing that was unconscionable is breaking into that safe requires a separate warrant. And
Was he there?
No, he was up in New York.
Oh, so they did it while he
It was gone. It's such shiz that it's a disgrace.
And they did
it's
that,
an
what, like
absolute disgrace.
5:30 in the morning again.
Right. So the argument was, or the justification appears to
Man,
be,
the FBI is after him, are they not?
right. They're saying that he had confidential and state property by having some of his things from the White House at his house. Now, every president takes stuff home from the White House.
Hold on, is that what this raid was
Yes,
about?
that's officially what the raid's about.
Documents that were taken from the White
Let me
House.
go into words so I'm not late, because I got to be early for my 9 o'clock, so I don't want to be late. I'm
Yeah, we
getting
gotta
late.
catch up.
But let's get into this next, okay?
Okay.
All right.
The Bubba Radio Network will return
They
after
stole
this.
shit. That's stealing shit. Taking his stuff that he's collected is not stealing stuff.
Settle down. We don't want to fucking lose his spontaneity.
Yeah.
Danny?
Control your anger so you can
Jesus.
use it for that.
Man, did you see you watched Jesse Waters? See the damn Bongino.
Little boy.
I was in the kitchen and I heard shit
Fat
twice.
boy.
I was like, what?
Nagasaki. Hiroshima. Which one happened first? Hiroshima or Nagasaki?
I think Hiroshima was first.
Me too.
And then Nagasaki.
Do you know the dates? I'm not looking. Do you want to take a guess? I want to say August 6th and 9th.
Was it 43?
45.
45? You're probably right on that. I don't know. I'd say
Let's
probably
see.
August in the 20s. Like
Huh?
20, 23, 2024.
What about it?
Like August 20th, around there.
I think it's August 6th and 9th.
When you take a sugar nerd?
Hiroshima bombing. Nailed it! Oh, did I? Oh yeah, Hiroshima on the 6th. Oh, on the 9th! So what's today? It's the anniversary of Nagasaki?
Yeah. Nagasaki.
Nagasaki, 55 and 22, 77 years ago. Hey! Happy?
Oh, happy. Happy Nagasaki.
What do you say? Sorry anniversary?
Yeah.
Sorry anniversary!
Winnie J. Gator 444.
Sorry anniversary.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think in Hiroshima... Why'd they call it Hiroshima Fat... Was it Fat Boy? And... Wait.
The one was Fat Boy.
I thought Hiroshima was Fat Boy, but it just said it was Little Boy.
I think the second nuclear bomb was the bigger one. Mr.
Really?
Green, 1911. Good morning, Big London.
Fat Man? Fat Man.
Good morning.
Oh, it was Little Boy and Fat Man. Hiroshima, like
Lemmy,
100,000...
do we have a time limit on today?
He never gave her, no one said anything to me.
We don't have a hard out or nothing, do we?
No.
Okay, perfect.
But I think 100,000 people incinerated immediately in Hiroshima. Which is the way to go.
I got it. It's on the printer. I was gonna grab it. I didn't want to chat.
I gotta cut a commercial.
Yeah, I got it. They got one in the printer. Oh, you got chat real quick?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got chat, and chat's got me. They always got my back. Good morning, Stop and Go Steve. Good morning, Big Longer. Thank you, D. Smith. Photo. Good morning, Finn. Iggy, Hall of Famer.
Hi, Iggy.
Why is everyone saying that you guys got my back? Did someone say something rude? Good morning, big old hog leg. What are people saying? Does people say mean things to me? Everyone's saying that they love me and they have my back, which means that someone said something mean.
Someone said something mean?
I guess. They're just like, we love you and we got
Actually,
your back.
Lemmy, I'm gonna do this
What?
total financial freedom deal.
Okay.
Napalm raid in Japan. I will. Good morning, Kid on a P. The aligned, all gimmicked up. There we go. Morning, drop the tray.
Morning, drop the tray.
And then get that over to Woody, Bruce.
Okay.
Bruce.
Woody and Bruce Midori.
Shut up, Iggy.
Or get it to Blitz. Blitz will handle it.
Okay.
The napalm raids from the Americans? I don't think we napalmed Japan, did we? I know we napalmed Vietnam.
Oh, Lummy, we fucking hit 47,011.
Oh, look at that. Thank you, everyone.
Shut up, grouper lips.
I think we napalmed.
Huh?
I think we napalmed.
Someone says something about napalming Japan. I'm like, not
No,
us.
that's the islands. That's what we're talking about, the islands. We might have napalmed the islands. But
Did we? But Japan is an island.
I meant they're small islands.
Oh.
Like the ones that, they were like
Oh,
on the
okay.
floor for like months.
Yeah, I mean, they fucking wouldn't quit.
And it said Tokyo.
They invaded Manchuria during World War II. Didn't they? Didn't they like rape and pillage a lot of Chinese territory?
Who did?
The Japanese during World War II.
Yeah,
sure.
Right,
yeah.
Manchuria.
Japan was going after everything.
There you go, Redbeard. That's for you. Special delivery.
Young firebombs in Operation Meeting House.
What?
Yeah, Napalm Tokyo.
It's a big one.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
Who's they? Us?
Yeah, U.S. Operation Meeting House.
Claim it.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show. A couple things. Trickney, Ashley, Craig and Amy, and Kevin Curry all up on the Venmo. Thank you so much. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, all at the Bubba Army. The Bubba Army. Everything is at the Bubba Army. The people responded, Lummy. We're at over 47,000 on the YouTube deal.
All right, thank you, everyone.
47,011. See when you get off your lazy asses? Thank you. Now spread the word, kid. YouTube.com/TheBubbaArmy. Lots of great stuff on that. Are you buried in bills and you're trying to keep up with all your credit card situations, your signature loans, your interest loans, your time shares, all of that craziness is tough to keep up on. Inflation is kicking us in the ass, and maybe your debt is as well. So let's face it, these politicians that created all of this, they don't care about you. But there is somebody that does, and it's called Total Financial Freedom. They have been in business for 15 years, and if you're having issues with your debt and you want to lower your monthly payment, call them. It works. They're A+ with the Better Business Bureau. No complaints, and you can trust these people. Don't feel bad for these fat cat bankers. All they want to do is get with smoking hot chicks and get in their private. Yeah, I don't really blame them, but these fancy bankers just want to get in their private jets with hot chicks at our expense. If you get if you want to call now, you can get a quote. You can mention Bubba, and they're going to send you a special copy of a book written by their CEO, Debt Dietitian. Call 866-844-7344. If you'd like to get a handle or at least speak to somebody about a potential debt consolidation. 866-844-7344. Total financial freedom. Thank you. So, this Mar-a-Lago deal, for you smart people to break down to me, has everything to do with Trump taking a few shots. What are those?
Classified information, it said.
Oh.
It was 15 boxes of
I thought you were like
documents.
the pins and the lighters and maybe a few.
No, not the trinkets.
That's what the Clintons did. They took stuff, property of the White House home.
Well, they took
so
antiques,
they stole stuff from the White House and tried to claim it as their own, and it had to be negotiated on the backside. They still weren't arrested for it. They weren't. There was no FBI search warrant.
If I was a president, I might take the hutch and a few things too.
So apparently, Trump had a habit of making, of keeping everything, like newspaper clippings, pictures, things like that. He was
and narcissistic.
He's a little bit of a a little bit of a hoarder.
Oh, he is?
And so these boxes were accessed by the FBI as recently as a few weeks ago. And he's been in conversations with the office of what's the word, the
Attorney General?
No, the office that holds the important documents. What's that office called? Blitz?
Office of Important Documents.
I can't remember the name of it. Anyway,
the National Historical.
The Archives. The National Archives.
There
Yes, the
go.
National
Chad,
Archives.
pull the
Thank
nose
you.
up.
Thank you. So yeah, he'd been in contact with the National Archives the whole time, and there was a conversation of what of that is subject to the National Archives, what of it's private. He's been in negotiations with them the whole time. By the way,
So
he could have declassified anything he has, and so he could have just said, like, I declassified it, and he could have said that, I did it 18 months ago. Right. So they really have nothing.
Do you have the power to declassify anything as the president?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's at the end of the day, if he has the opportunity or the power to declassify anything, why don't they just realize that this investigation and this this SWAT team operation into Mar-a-Lago to try to find these files, these files that that they say are sensitive information and that they are he shouldn't have as the former president. Why couldn't he just said I declassified them?
And he
Why
has.
can't he just say that?
He may have. And so what they have done is a real violation of the Fourth Amendment. It's an illegal search and seizure. They didn't just go through the stuff. They actually took boxes they didn't even look at. They just grabbed boxes and left with them, which is, again, unconscionable. They have been going through this stuff. It was in a locked room. It was secured.
I think Americans are over each party screwing with the other one.
Well,
like we're not even debating issues or coming up with answers to various huge problems we have as a country. We're worried about picking the scab off of the other party at all times, right?
It seems to be worse in this direction. And again, I don't recall the FBI busting down the doors of Hillary Clinton, who used a private server for government activities for continuously, hundreds of times.
This has nothing to do with party affiliation. This has everything to do with
the FBI hating Trump.
No. Trump called out the establishment. Everybody from the CIA to the swamp to the Republicans, Democrats. He just called out everybody. And as a president, you're not supposed to do that. So the establishment is effing with him back.
All right, here we go.
Unprecedented move. The FBI executing a search warrant of a former American president's home. Today, Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago, the subject of a search by FBI agents, according to the former president himself. A Secret Service official says the FBI notified the Secret Service of the Bureau's intent to execute a search of the former...
The FBI, man. There's some bad dudes. That's a bad agency.
Yeah, it's so bad it should be dissolved and rebuilt from the ground up.
I agree.
It should be taken down and redone. Same with the CIA. It's disgusting, the power and the abuse that these entities
the lies.
Engage in on a daily basis.
And
they
the power
hours
and how shady they can be, and just, oh my God, the special
and
operations
they can make
and
anything
spies
covert, for
Right.
national security.
Right.
Right.
So,
And they spent 3 hours on this crap investigation on the Russian collusion, which they knew from the very beginning had nothing to do with anything of relevance. And then they do this. It's disgusting.
Former president's home. NBC News has not confirmed if Trump is the subject of this investigation.
How mad do you think Donald was up in New York? And he's got his housekeepers and his
livid.
He's got his his personnel that work there saying, "Hey, listen, we just want to let you know, Mr. President, that the FBI's here and they're knocking the door down and they're going into your private office right now, and we can't stop them. They got their guns drawn out, like they got these search warrants and everything, right? I don't even think that you can stop them, can you? You can't."
Well, can the Secret Service stop them from, encroaching on the president's grounds while the president's there? Arguably.
Maybe the Secret Service doesn't have a guy there when he's not there.
They do.
Okay.
They do, because they have to keep some continuity of the security. They keep an eye on things while he's not there to make sure people aren't coming in and waiting for Trump to come back.
I know, but you got a couple Secret Service guys there, and you got the director
30 FBI guys.
30 FBI guys, and probably
Yeah.
the director that's there. I mean, I got to think that they're not sending rookie. There's probably some very high-ranking people within the FBI that's going to do the Trump search.
Well, they
right?
sent the team down from Washington, D.C. It wasn't the local team. They sent a team down from D.C. for this. So this is just a crap storm.
But in order to execute a search warrant,
They what?
They needed a vacation.
Yeah.
FBI would have had.
Hey, you want to go to Florida? Oh, we're supposed to raid Trump's place too on the one of the days we're there. Yeah.
To receive approval from a judge, believing there to be probable cause that a crime was committed. The New York Times says the investigation appears
What federal judge signed off on this?
He should be disbarred.
To be focusing on the relocation of materials from the White House after Trump left office, material that was potentially classified. Trump, in a statement, calling the search not necessary or appropriate. Vaughn Hilliard.
Not necessary or appropriate.
And a lot of people have a lot of opinions on this, but two things I think that are really relevant here. And one is that we're talking about materials that, everyone knew he had, including the FBI, who investigated it and looked at the materials recently. And in this situation, when you want access to materials that someone is not coughing up, especially when there's zero chance of them destroying the materials, the mechanism would be a subpoena, a ducis tecum subpoena. Like, you need to show up with these materials. And that's what should have been done, because there was no way that Trump was going to, like, in the middle of the night between last night and today, destroy 15 boxes worth of material.
So hold on. Whose tab is this on?
Ours.
No. Like, is this a Biden call? Is this?
Judge
I mean,
call.
is this like at the end of the
It's
day?
probably related to January 6th, I would imagine.
No, they're saying it's related
No?
to the documents being classified and him having
Right, but
classified
does that have
documents that
anything to do
the
with
National
January 6th?
Archives wants, and he could declassify them. He could have declassified them and said, none of this is classified.
But are they documents
Relating to January 6th?
Relating to January?
I don't think we know.
So they just took boxes. They didn't go through the documents to see if they were specific to the search warrant, which leads most people on the right to say it's a fishing expedition. It's an illegal search and seizure.
Unless they specifically
and they're going to
had-
plant stuff in those boxes.
Listen, I don't
Yeah,
think.
good luck going after the FBI.
Here's the deal. I don't think that any of it is cool. Any search and see. I think there's another way you could do this through the court system, like you said, Dan. You know the documents that exist. He's been working with the National Archives. They know what documents he's talking about. They just can't all of a sudden disappear. So you do it through the court system and subpoena these documents and make him willfully give them up that way. You don't go into his house and find these documents because and specifically if you are going to do that, which I don't think that's cool at all, that you should have within your warrant should specifically say what you're looking for.
And only take those things.
Not just an open-ended fishing exhibition, because you know that they got stuff that probably is not what they were looking for, but then that could potentially be a problem now too, right?
Yes.
The more stuff they took out of that, place, the more potential problems they're looking for.
Steve Bannon said that this was at the request of the White House. Ooh. Now, take it for what that's worth, but
And the White House is denying that they had any knowledge of it, but I can't imagine.
At the end of the day, who is responsible for the FBI?
White House.
Who doesn't the commander in chief?
Yes.
Doesn't the FBI
They're
director?
at the behest of the president.
Right. The FBI director answers to the president.
And the CIA is as well.
I think the FBI director is also on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Is he not?
I don't know.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I don't think he is.
I don't think he's okay. You don't think he's on, or within the cabinet? Is he on the cabinet?
It's a.
Who is it? Christopher Wray?
Right. Yes.
I'm just saying, like, if you're the head of the FBI, CIA, Homeland Security, I think that's part of your cabinet, right?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I think I'm right on this one. I think
Maybe.
I think
Or do you have to be like a secretary or something?
I think you can be, but I think that all
But
those
you'd be like
heads,
Secretary of the FBI, essentially, by being head of it.
all those heads are on what they call the presidential cabinet.
Okay.
Which is,
I
think
believe.
that's the heads of all of his departments. I think, but I could be wrong. Dan, you would think you would know that. You're far smarter than me.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Now they're saying the head of the FBI is a Trump appointee.
Yes.
Does that mean this guy's going rogue on the deal?
Well, they're all deep state people, and Trump appointed him, and he immediately was, not really cooperative with Trump. So, he's another one of those guys.
He went after
that's
Mike.
in the
Didn't
system.
he go after Cohen?
He went after everybody, except for anything having to do with Clinton or Biden. Didn't do anything there.
So what happens here?
So what happens here is they're going to get the materials that they were looking for, plus anything else that they accumulated, they can use against President Trump.
Kind of like when Alex Jones's attorneys sent over the stuff, and then it's stuff that they would have never thought that they could use against Alex Jones. But if indeed they found the stuff that they found, they said that they forwarded some of Alex Jones's stuff to the FBI. About the January 6th stuff. So he would have never probably been questioned or even, subjected to anything about that had they not. But now that they have the information, they can start an inquiry, can't
and
they?
this is probably a lot of the reason why.
They wanted to get something else. They were looking for anything else.
If they find that he took anything like that at all and is convicted of it, he can never hold office again.
Correct.
Trump disqualified from holding office. Clinton-linked lawyer points to U.S. code after FBI raid.
They show the code down below that if you're, it's that. But if you're, convicted of taking anything like that, then you can never hold office.
How convenient.
How convenient.
And there's the cabinet. There's no FBI or CIA. I think they answer to the
President.
Secretary of National Intelligence or something.
Or the Attorney General, maybe?
Yeah, maybe the Attorney.
The Attorney General is on the cabinet.
Yes.
The Attorney General's on the cabinet, but not
Yes.
the FBI and CIA directors.
Yeah.
Perfect. Got it.
Yeah, I went through it all.
So Garland is the Attorney General.
And he does not like Trump.
He does not like Trump.
Hates him.
And he absolutely had to approve this. Ray approved this, and most likely for this to breach a former president's home, it went all the way up to the White House. Probably. I can't imagine it didn't. If it didn't, then they should be fired.
The FBI search of the Florida result was related to Trump's handling of presidential records, including classified documents after leaving the office. Sources told CNN the search warrant was connected to the National Archives. A senior government official told NBC News. Such reporting had blah, 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 blah.
So the archives are going to take down Trump. That's going to be the one that does it. The Russian collusion was nothing. Ukraine was a joke, and it's going to be this. A
You
document.
could delete tens of thousands of emails and no problem.
No problem. And so the difference between Hillary Clinton and Trump was that Clinton was not president. She couldn't unilaterally declassify stuff, but Trump can.
Here we go. I think this is.
And part of the U.S. code says you can't take a map. Like it's weird too.
Well, I gave this speech, the keynote address at the Cattlemen's Ball at CPAC on Friday night. I said, we're at war. We're at a political and ideological war. And they've obviously weaponized the Justice Department. And this
Steve Bannon, former White House. Yeah.
I mean, I don't.
Former White House chief strategist on Fox News talking about FBI agents grab documents in boxes without going through them properly.
He's going to be skewed, but
This had to
still.
be approved by Ron Klain. This had to go up to the White House to be approved. Absolutely. Anybody saying it didn't is a liar. This had to go up the chain of command through Merrick Garland.
I mean, if you're the president, when you say, listen, guys, this could go wrong for us. This could be a bad look for us. Let's not do
Bad
this.
look, but if Trump is his biggest competitor and he can't run, then that's great for him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
That knocks him out of the race.
And Ray and these guys. But look, here's the thing.
That is going to create such a uproar in our country.
Oh yeah. Well, what else is new?
I mean, for real, like I'm going to tell you right now. I got to go into words because I'm late. I'm going to tell you right now, man. If this sticks, and they get Trump on this deal,
and this chicken shit,
and they trip up Trump on this deal, and I'm not even saying I necessarily would vote for Donald Trump. I think I like Ron DeSantis far better at this juncture. But that being said, he still has a ton of support. Trump does.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna, you can't,
and almost 100% he's gonna run,
and you can't deny that. And if this is how they finally get him, I'm going to tell you something, man. We're going to be at war within our country. This is really, really going to rile people up. Like, this is not going to be good. If Donald Trump runs again and he gets beat in the primary or he loses the general election, whatever. He can say it was stolen from him, whatever. I mean, maybe they'll have more checks and balances, and by then, I don't know. That being said, if he doesn't at least have a chance to run, and they get him out of technicality like this, oh man, I'm saying load up on guns and ammo because it might be martial law. For real. Like, you've not seen that side of America really flip out. You've seen the other side of them. You've seen the liberal side of America get a little freaked out over some stuff. You haven't seen that side of America.
Well, they had one glimpse of it, and it scared them. To the point where they've now classified everyone that feels that way as an insurrectionist.
You start getting the average guy that's pretty well armed, and people start raising hell. I'm just saying, man, this could be really bad. People are going to get really emotional over this. This is going to be a huge ignition into a big ass 55-gallon drum full of gasoline. This is a fire. This is a dumpster fire waiting to happen.
Well, if you remember, reading history about how the American Revolution started, it was a few events like this that just pissed people off to the point where, that's it. I've had enough.
No taxation without representation.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
think Newt broke it down.
Who?
Newt Gingrich broke it down yesterday about the 4.
Ew, he looks like a gecko.
4 FBI directors that have been. Those are all like POSs. I don't trust any of them.
I'm gonna PO you back in 30 seconds.
Okay. What's up, Jack? What's up, Possum Trot? See that print? Red. DDP for life, good morning. Dr. Dan's Booming Onion Maker, good morning. Trade 67 Scout. Person Juggalo, what's up? 25's Big Ass Nose, C-Note Boss 22. Good morning, Dante 9.
Was it Dr. Jacob that we spoke to yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's up, Iggy? Sarasota Sunshine, 39 months. FCC Gator, good morning. There you go, Stonewall Jackson. Good morning, Maria's his. Sweet. Good morning, Big Mike and his Lummy. Big E 7375. Gold Egg Lair, good morning. Joey Vaz, good morning. My pleasure.
What's up?
You got DDP for life. Morning, Skids.
What's up, Mr. Graham 1911? A vax injury case is a tough one right now. I don't know, but there's not really a mechanism right now. What's up, Skizooter? Long Don Silverfish.
Big hands drawn.
What's up, big ol' hog leg? Skizooter. Everyone's broken this protocol, and there's usually a collection of things at the end of a presidency that they have to kind of negotiate of what he gets to keep and what they take back. Happens to every single president. And he was negotiating with them. They were in the middle of talks. There was no reason for this, if that's the true reason. What's up, Stuck in Dion's Tub? Finn 212 pulls up. Jay Bowler, DDP for life. $673 is pretty good. Mac lives in storage shed. $67 Scout. Yeah, if he took the stapler, throw him in jail. Side effects. What's up? Heather Wiz is correct. What's up, Bruce's? What's up, Jay Gator?
Let me hear your body. That song sucks.
Then you get that doctor there too, which is then going to be another thing that's going to get the eye off the ball from what's going on.
PQQ. Say it one more time.
China and Taiwan.
Yeah,
They're doing all the military exercises around it.
Yeah. Thank you, Nancy. What's up, Iggy?
What's going on with China and Taiwan, you said?
No, China's doing a ton of
Oh, yeah, I
exercises.
heard that. They're just trying to fuck with them.
which is going to get the eye off the ball. But go ahead.
Shingles is okay. The packs, that helps people. Some people still get shingles after the shot, but it seems to help. I don't have a real problem with that shingles shot. I don't know if my 4 was included on the recall. I didn't hear about a recall in my butt. What's up? You're welcome to PAX. Bama boy. Let me hear your body talk.
How many IRS agents are they hiring?
They're doubling it.
It's
like 75 or 80,000 more.
80, I think.
Yeah, ridiculous amount. Just so they can, again, weaponize the IRS more and raid your house because you took a deduction for your kids, computer.
Someone made a point. They said the budget. It's crazy because they're hiring 89,000 or whatever IRS agents, and only 29,000 watch the border. Like,
yeah, isn't that crazy? What's up, Big Arms?
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show. Car shopping sucks, period. And the worst part of car shopping is when you find that quality used car at a good dealership, then you got to deal with the finance manager, and that sucks even more. Not at lightstream.com/BTLS. Their philosophy is simple. You've worked hard to build great credit, so they're going to give you a great rate and a great experience. Apply online in minutes and get a loan from $5,000 to $100,000 on any type of used car. You can get your funds as soon as the day that you apply. Get a loan and buy a used car from a dealership with rates starting at just 3.99% APR with auto pay and excellent credit. If you're shopping for a used car and you got the credit, your credit's solid, get the rate that you deserve. Apply now and get a special interest rate discount and save even more. Just go to lightstream.com/BTLS. LIGHTSTREAM.com. Subject to credit approval. Rates range from 3.99% APR to 9.49% APR. Include a 0.50% auto pay discount. Lowest rates require excellent credit. Terms and conditions apply, and offers are subject to change without notice. Visit lightstream.com/BTLS for more information. Big guest at 9 o'clock. A very, very big guest at 9 a.m. You're not going to want to miss it. And I think everybody here knows, but if I was just to, I think people, when they hear or find out who my guest at 9 o'clock is going to be, they're going to be like, oh, if you are familiar with the show or familiar with me,
I have a question about
you're
that.
You're going to be like, oh, man, wow. Bubba is talking to this dude? Whoa. What do you got? What question?
Are you nervous?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
Okay. I figured you would be.
Good nervous, though?
Here's the deal.
Excited?
I was talking about, I prepared for my guest.
You a brand new 1,000 bits.
Do you do self-affirmations in the mirror?
No, I don't do any of that.
Oh, okay.
But I do take notes, and I do an extensive amount of really obscure research. Like, for instance, when I had Mark Cuban on the phone, I brought up a very obscure residential housing unit at IU that's known for being where all the parties were, and it was called McNutt Hall. And so that, when I brought up McNutt, as knowing that he lived in McNutt, then that kind of, when you bring up some obscure stuff, then they either know that you are a good interviewer and you did your research, or that you genuinely know a lot about them.
Just a big fan.
Right.
Yeah. And
either way, it's good.
It's endearing.
And so this is going to be, before every major interview, I get nervous. And I think that, even before when I have Howard on, or when I had, I had Mark Cuban on, it was probably when I get Dion on, when I over the years, we've had Larry Bird on, I naturally get nervous, even though I've been doing this for 35 years.
Sure.
And it may look like I'm not nervous. I get nervous sometimes before big events.
I think that's a good thing.
I mean, Dan, do you, like, let's say in your job, a couple different aspects now of your job, like the first time you just most recently had your very first real Danny deposition, like you had to put your big boy pants on. You weren't there watching Jay. Like, this was your depo. This was your depo.
Yes, and I was so nervous that I slipped and fell on my face.
Right.
And you don't remember any of it.
I don't remember any of it.
But what I'm saying is, like, I guarantee you, prior to the mishap, as you were preparing for this, you get nervous.
Oh, yes. I was nervous, and I was going in and out of the office nervously because I wanted to get everything ready in time.
Right.
And, I was running around like a chicken without a head.
And I have prepared, not extensively, but here's the thing. Most of the stuff and questions and things that me and my guest at 9 o'clock talk about, I already know.
I understand.
I just wanted to write them down so I don't forget
to bring it up.
Because I got a lot of things over the years I've always wanted, to potentially ask this person.
It's good to have backup notes, too, because sometimes you get a little lost in the moment and the heat of the moment, and you forget things. So it's nice to have a couple little ticklers to remind you.
This might be, and all the years, Blitz, you and Lummy and Dan, I guess, knowing more about the show, this might be my all-time, maybe not biggest in person, but personally satisfying interview.
Good job, Lon.
I've ever had, ever. And I've had some big names, Larry Bird, Deion Sanders. Those are my friends, over the years. This guy is not my friend.
Mm-mm.
I don't know that he even knows who I am.
Does now.
Lummy, do you think the guy knows who I am?
I have a feeling he knows your name. I think he knows of you. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think he Googled me?
Yes.
He did.
I believe so.
He probably binged you.
Yes, he probably binged. No. I mean, if he Googled you, I don't think he'd be still talking to me anymore.
Right. So hopefully he didn't.
Yeah.
So, Lummy, I'm not going to give you the strap right now. Once it's over, I'll deliver the strap to you today. At however long this guest goes, and then I'll bring the Tampa Bay Storm ring in tomorrow for vacation, and you can wear it as your little Guido. It's kind of our going together. We're kind of going together.
Yeah.
Yes.
Going steady.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I also have, I'm also seeing Dan too, so he's one of my boyfriends.
Don't be cheating on me.
Dan's my
All
main.
this because of a Juicy Smollett interview.
Dan's my real boyfriend,
awesome.
but Lummy, you're like my little, work,
Side
my
piece.
little work. You're my work,
Yeah.
my work man.
Work husband.
Well, no,
I'm the ugly fat secretary that you throw a little bone to.
right.
Yeah.
Throw a little punt.
Dan's the hot secretary assistant that sits out my door, but you're like Milton with the stapler deal.
Yeah. Thanks.
So anyway, good score on this. Do you think it's locked in?
As of last night when I spoke to the person, yes.
I hope the
Imagine
camera
if it
turns
fell
on and it
through.
ends up being like Boy George.
Oh my God.
I mean, hey,
Lummy would get shot.
People. I mean, I've seen. I don't think anybody's hit it yet on chat, and I'm looking at chat, and I would tell you, but no, I don't think anybody's hit it. But I think it'll be cool, and I think that the guy will be impressed with just my overall knowledge of the topic.
And I spoke to
the topic.
And I spoke to the person that knows him that he confirmed it with me too last night.
Oh, that he's going to go on today?
Yeah.
How nervous are you, Lummy?
Very
at 9
nervous.
o'clock.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
How much did that? So I know who he's talking about. How much did that calling me down when you heard from the other guy?
I probably wasn't going to sleep if I didn't hear from
Yeah.
that person.
I have a feeling maybe you called Blitz and were freaking out.
No.
Oh.
No, but I just, we kind of have to win talk, but I know what Lummy, who he's talking about, and it makes sense.
Yeah. Well,
hopefully it goes just as planned. I'm excited to hear it.
I have.
If not, it's going to be a bad day for Lummy.
F show.
Oh no.
Yes.
Lummy is sweating.
Lummy, here's the deal. I want to make sure. I want to make sure that this is such a big get that when big gets like this, they can sometimes the big ones sometimes get off the hook. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sometimes,
break the line.
Sometimes when you got that 135-pound tarpon, Lummy, that's a big tarpon too, isn't it?
That's a very big
tarpon. Most tarpons are 90 to 100, right?
Yeah.
You get that buck 40 tarpon that would be one of the biggest tarpons ever caught. And he'd get him right up to the boat, Lummy.
After a 9-hour fight.
9.5-hour fight.
Almost touching the leader.
Yeah, almost ready to get that little hook to bring him up and measure him and the whole 9 yards, take pictures of him. And he goes and, some egret cuts your line or something like that.
Egret?
Yeah.
Oh, no, not
if
the
we
egret.
get an egret that cuts our line, man, then we got problems.
Yeah, they're going to get the shotgun out.
Yeah, and shoot that thing.
So anyway, Lummy, sometimes the big ones slip away, and if this one does slip away for whatever reason, I'm not going to hold it against you because it's such a big get.
No, Lummy did all he could.
There's
nothing else Lummy could have done.
Last night at 8:30 because I didn't want to keep bothering people.
Yeah.
It was 100% confirmed.
Perfect. I'm just again, Lummy. I don't even know what to say. Other than thank you.
Thank you
in advance. So Dan, what do we do from now? Let's say that the Trump deal works in the direction that. They wouldn't be doing this if they didn't have a specific intention for this, right?
Yeah, the intention is...
This isn't just, hey, you had some documents, whatever, slap on the wrist. This is so they can disqualify him.
They're absolutely trying to disqualify him.
So what happens
What they've
if they
accused
do?
him of is all chicken shiz, and no one's ever been convicted of any of those things. They require the mens rea, the guilty mind. He was in the middle of negotiating with the archives as to what they can take and what he can keep. And
Will
they
he
had
be able to show
access
that?
to it.
Will
Yes,
he be able to show that I've been talking to the archive?
It's been on the news. He's been in negotiations with them, and the FBI has been through this material before. And so for them to just go in the middle of the night and grab everything is unconscionable. And
So what
it's Banana
happens
Republic.
next?
It's embarrassing.
So what happens next?
So what happens next? Two things are going to happen. Number one is they are going to go through everything that they grabbed and try to find something, a smoldering match that they can hang him with. And then in the meantime, Trump is going to go probably all the way to the Supreme Court and argue that this was an illegal search and seizure. Plus, we talk about his safe. Unless the safe is specifically delineated in the search warrant, it should have required a second search warrant. What they would normally have to do is secure the safe and then get a second warrant for the safe because it's different. It's not the same thing as a general search warrant. It's a locked container, and there's a lot of case law regarding that.
There's a ton of case law that shows that a safe outside is sometimes you need another additional warrant. It's just not a broadly thrown net of warrants that allow you to get into every safe, and
otherwise it's all the fruit of the forbidden tree, and it's just illegal search and seizures. You can't just go through someone's whole life randomly. You have to be very specific in a search warrant and get only what's in that warrant.
But is this going to end up being a big crap storm in itself? They're going to be Senate hearings and congressional inquiries and all this kind of deal. But it's just going to be yet another distraction to get everybody just mad as hell, right?
It's going to...
And then what happens if they do indeed find that this was an illegal search? I mean, you got one of two ways. When they start investigating this in itself, they're going to have it one of two ways. They're going to either say the search was warranted and the information that they got they can use, or the search was unwarranted and doesn't matter what they got, they can't use it, right?
Yes.
So if indeed they can use it, then what's going to happen? Hard telling it's hard telling what they got.
Because they just grabbed everything.
This is just like a big. It is so.
That's why
it's so egregious.
And this is why people should be so pissed off by this, because now that they just hired another 80,000 IRS agents, they are going to go through homes over the next several years and just randomly go into your house and take everything and then sift through it and see what they can find. That is the epitome of illegal search and seizure. You can't just take a dragnet and just grab everything in a home and see if there's anything in there that's illegal, because it's not fair. That's not how our legal system works. That is
and if you
what
think
we were
you're
running
above the
from.
law, then just know that the highest ranking civilian, you'd probably call him that, right? The former president is probably the highest ranking civilian in the world.
He's not safe.
And so they're screwing with him, and he can fight back. and he can publicly, lawyer up, and, he has the resources to fight this. But the average guy doesn't.
Nope.
So when they come in to the little guy's business, or they come into your place, and you're not Donald Trump and their season records and doing this and that, I mean,
look, you could be the cleanest person ever, but if they look hard enough, they'll find something on everybody.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Why is the IRS buying ammo and stuff?
Hold on.
They said they bought like 70,000 more bullets, and they have a lot of ammo. And
They have over 1 million bullets right now.
Yeah, that was like a year.
They've been stockpiling
IRS?
ammo. Yes,
yeah, but it's
for
in
several years.
It's in the bill. I guess in the bill with the 89,000 new agents. There's also all the ammo that they're
Hold
going
on.
to
The
buy.
IRS agents carry guns?
Well, the new ones will.
I didn't know that. I've talked to a few, unfortunately, over a few IRS agents over the years, and they were just in, nice,
Normal clothes.
Normal clothes.
Yeah, but when they're starting to raid people's homes for alleged tax violations because you didn't report the Bitcoin from 2 years ago correctly, welcome to America, guys. You, the majority of America wanted this, so welcome.
Yeah, they have a stock as of like I think a year ago. They have 4,500 guns and 5 million rounds of ammo.
Yep.
Just the IRS does.
For what?
For raids.
Yeah, I guess they still have according to August 4th, but I guess
They
they're
have
getting
SWAT.
more.
They have SWAT teams, IRS style SWAT teams.
Phew, you guys scare me.
It's ridiculous.
I'm afraid.
It's ridiculous. These giant government entities need to be just destroyed and built from scratch.
I'm telling you, with
We've
the
been trying to-
with the IRS, they need to do a flat user, like a flat national sales tax. The onus of collection is so much easier. Retailers automatically collect tax for the state or county or whatever
At the point of sale.
Right. So they're already equipped to do it. The policing of vendors is far less than the policing of humans. We have 330 million human beings here. I don't know how many are tax-paying citizens, but of that, there's far less businesses, right? And to say that everything that you buy has a 20% sales tax on it. Okay.
Like Europe does, they call it the VAT, the value added tax.
Right. So, it's just, and then you exempt some stuff like maybe energy,
medical and food.
Medical and food. But you have some exemptions. You have some
a
exemptions.
lot of what already are now.
Right. But you have some exemptions, on stuff. But if you're going to buy a jet, and it really is a way that the rich can't get away because the rich buy stuff.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And the rich now can hire big-time tax attorneys and do things offshore and not pay taxes and take huge losses and capital, all the tax shelters and different, these huge corporations have floors and floors of tax attorneys that do nothing but just hide their assets and, right?
And put into foreign banks.
But Google and Facebook and GM and Ford, they all buy stuff. They buy raw materials. They buy, if everything costs 20% more.
Kind of like inflation did.
I'm just saying. And then the rich can't get away with this because the rich buy jets and they buy boats and they buy fancy cars and they buy more. And the people that don't have enough money don't buy durable goods. They don't buy a lot of things.
And they still say that's a regressive tax.
But that's the fairest tax of all.
I agree.
And the fact that it's just basically taxing on what you buy. And we're not going to, charge your tuition, your kid's school, your food, things like that. But on everything else,
on TVs, on video games, on cars,
on cruises, on flights,
on dinner,
cars, on
outside
dinner,
restaurant,
all of that gets taxed 20%. And the rich people that go out like Dan and go to Ocean Prime and spend $850, they pay 20% of $850. And the guy like me that goes and uses my gift card and maybe has to throw in $5 extra, well, it's going to be $7. Instead of $5.
I guess the waiter is not getting a tip this time.
Oh, they're going to build that right on in, buddy. And then there's going to be a robot that serves you. You're not even going to have a human being.
Yeah.
Matt Gaetz entered a bill this year called the Disarm the IRS Act.
Yeah, ban them from buying ammo and guns.
Yeah.
I don't know if people know how disturbing all these chain of events are. Like, it's all just getting lined up like little soldier dominoes, are they not?
Yeah, but if you talk about that,
they're lining up their little scheme here.
it seems that way. But if you say that out loud, they say you got a tinfoil hat on you, and that you're psychotic. I agree with you, Bubba. It's scary. They are really lying it all up.
And I'm psychotic if I now know that the IRS has bought $5 million worth of ammo
and is doubled in size
and 4,500 guns, and have now formed SWAT teams to go into businesses and homes that potentially might be
oddly at the same time that they're trying to disarm everyone else.
Right.
And you know what's really great is that there's a really
those are just facts, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
There's a quiet 100 million man army in America, and they are pissing that army off right now.
That's what I'm saying. You've never seen
that army
1 million people. You've never seen the 1 million Blitz K's, the 1 million Bubba Clems, the 1 million Sumos, the 1 million Dandiacos, the 1 million. You've never seen those people arm up and get ready.
Because there's 100 million pissed off, and about 1 or 2% of them can really actually do something about it.
They are really underestimating the average guy
really
and how pissed off the average guy is going to be. To know that the IRS is now armed, to know that they can just come in and swipe in and get it, your financial records and your computers.
The sad thing is the people that are sitting back going, it's about time they're doing something about all this.
Well, the thing too,
a lot of people I'm hanging out with.
Well, a lot of people are annoyed too that there's only like 19,000 border agents compared to now they gave 87,000 IRS.
Yeah.
So where they,
the resources.
Let's screw with our people and let the other people in, no problems.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and really, really scare and tax and collect and screw with our current people that live in our country legally that are paying taxes, and let's let anybody anybody that just wants in here can come in here, work under the table, and pay no taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Masks don't protect you from 9mm either.
The president's working so hard.
They swear, just let you know.
What's that?
The other guy swears in this clip.
I think he does. Yeah.
Just once though, so just letting you know.
Yeah, this is Elon Musk on the
Full Send podcast with the Nelk boys.
He could have been in that video.
What
are you talking about?
The physical.
Oh God.
Why would you be taking a shot at
us to
I love
Mars,
Elon
bro.
Musk.
Why would
I
you
love
take,
Elon
why
Musk.
Why would you take a shot at him? That's kind of a douche move. To be honest
okay,
with
then I'll
you.
stop. I'm sorry. I love Elon Musk.
But it's
I love
kind
him.
of you're being douchey. How do you not like Elon Musk?
I do like Elon Musk.
It just shows you how insecure you are about Elon Musk.
I love him.
Because that guy can look like that and be the richest man in the world.
And the smartest.
And you, on the other hand, are faking the funk on how you look, but then you're talking, this guy could buy into, this guy would scoff at you.
Yes. I think I'd make him laugh.
Don't be taking a shot at somebody that's clearly smarter and richer than you, Danny. I mean, you don't have to be the number one guy all the time, Danny.
I never claimed to be.
A couple times, even Blitz backs down on the being the dick to the great Elon Musk.
Yeah.
How you there's no way to not be just put this guy on a pedestal. I'd like for this guy to be the president.
Yeah, it's a shame he can't.
Well, he can't.
I know he can't legally,
but he's smart enough
African.
to.
He's African.
He's smart enough to be. He certainly does have the. He does have the insight, and he's got the it factor.
I don't want this guy as president.
I do.
I would love him as president.
Oh, God.
No,
no, you
awesome.
don't. No, you
As
don't.
president.
I like this guy.
I want to keep liking this guy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Bubba, would you want him to be president?
Yep.
For 4 years, see how he does.
Yep.
I'd give him a shot. You think he'd do worse than Biden?
No.
Well, I mean, that's a horrible comparison because Biden is.
That's what we have.
So who would be your dream presidential candidate?
Ron DeSantis.
No.
DeSantis has kind of pissed me off lately. I'm not going to get into it.
This is the abortion deal.
I'm not getting into it.
Take the babies.
But he's DeSantis kind of lost me on a couple of things lately. I think he needs to back it down just a notch. He's kind of like really, really boss hogging.
See how he walks in his commercials?
No.
Oh, boss hogging.
Well, he has the boss hog right now. But Danny, I got to correct you on ever saying a bad word about this guy.
Well, I'm not saying anything bad about him. I was making jokes.
He was
I got
just
a head
making a
injury.
joke about his dad
Is that how?
bod.
Is that how you cope?
And he's got a lot of kids.
Is that how you cope, Dan? Sometimes when you are outmanned, that you cope with a cut. Is that how you cope?
Yeah, you know.
You knock him down.
That's all I can do.
Painful for him to even admit that, even in a joke.
It is. Even in a joke, it's painful
like,
for
yeah.
Dave's just mad that Elon's worth twice as much.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Who is your dream president? Who would be your dream
No one's
president?
going to be the perfect candidate.
It's a
There's
good
no
question.
perfect person. I would say Ron DeSantis, as of right now, is the closest thing to what I want.
Dr. Dan Diaco for an
Who?
Dr. Dan Diaco.
I can't hear you. Kevin
Hazlett.
Kevin Hazlett for president.
Who would yours be, Dr. Dan?
Kevin Hazlett would actually do well as president. I think he's
Yeah,
smart and has the right direction.
I don't want to see Elon as president.
Is this the commercial you're talking about where he kind of walks like he's bossing it around?
Yeah. That one.
This is his new one.
I don't think he'd be, well, maybe to emotionally handle the load.
I think Caitlyn Jenner would be awesome as president.
Dan's lying now.
Dan's
going overboard.
I'm trying to think of like the perfect personality type. I feel like you kind of want.
That's DeSantis' new commercial, Bubba, that Dr. Dan was talking about.
Oh, you're the president?
Kevin Hazlett.
Oh, you're pointing to your phone.
Does Kevin got a new one?
I haven't seen one.
Kevin needs to spend some of that money.
He spent a lot of it, he said.
Let me see your body talk. Wait, don't talk with your body. Did this fall here?
Oh, God.
Oh, shit.
I don't see anyone.
What the fuck?
Carter said Jones 50 months.
Sarasota Sunshine, what's the policy?
Well, I'm sure we got a lot of great suggestions in chat.
What you, Redbeard?
Especially the people that write in all caps, because, you know, that means they're right.
Thanks. Never trust a fire after 40.
Well, there, Dr. Dan Bloom, Maker.
You need to be smart, but you don't need to be like a fucking genius. No. That's actually.
Although most of the
probably
presidents have really high IQs.
Absolutely.
Super high IQs.
But not
They're
like
all smart.
genius level. Some of
I don't
them
know what
maybe.
Biden's is, but, you know, like.
Or what it was.
Bill Clinton was really smart. Obama was smart.
Carter.
Carter was super smart.
Wasn't he like super high?
Yeah, he's a really smart person.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he doesn't.
Perfect
necessarily
president,
mean he's
but,
a good president,
yeah.
but you can't be an idiot, but you can't. You don't need to be a genius. IQ is a math.
Yeah.
He was a Rhodes Scholar.
He's a G score.
Oh my Jesus. I feel like Elon has a. No, he doesn't. A low EQ. I mean, he has Asperger's. At least that's what he claims. He's neural.
What's EQ?
Emotional quotient.
Oh. Emotional quotient. What's
That
the
makes
name
a difference if you can't like read a room and you're just like, oh, and everyone's like, who's this weirdo?
What's
That's
the name
not
of that
good.
guy, the podcast we were watching, the MMA fighter? Pro guy?
Are you talking to Tex?
This is Jay. But there's a guy that we were watching who's like a guy.
Wait, on the show watching or are you?
It was a podcast we were watching on YouTube. Trying to remember the guy's name.
He's an MMA fighter.
He was an MMA fighter, and now he's got a podcast. He's dark, looks like he's like maybe like mixed. He's bald, but he's good looking. He's got an entourage.
Not Chael
Like
Sonnen.
who?
Chael.
I don't know if it's
Or what's the other guy that has the
He's got a normal sounding name.
You sure is a UFC? Was he in UFC?
Matt Serra?
No, it's not Matt Serra.
Matt Serra
Come on, Jay.
No. You know,
But emotional, you know, I mean, EQ I think is useless.
What? Why are you bringing him up? What's the?
Because you said EQ, emotional coach.
Dan's got a temper.
He's so concussed.
And this guy, bro.
I didn't get the nasal stuff. Anyway,
He has a
it's just
very
that
bad
he's the
temper.
type of person that thinks like an EQ is useless. What?
Oh, wait, it's not Andrew Tate, is it?
Tate, yes.
Oh, that's funny.
It's Andrew Tate. That's it.
Yeah. Well, he was.
He's
in
entertaining.
The UFC. He was a kickboxer.
Was he a kickboxer? He wasn't a UFC. He was an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
But
His
not.
dad was a dude. This is like my new obsession, Dan. You have no idea.
I like Andrew Tate. Yeah, that's him.
Of course you fucking like
Of course
it.
you like Andrew Tate. Yeah, of course you do.
Oh my god, I heard him say this morning. I was listening to something. He said that in the middle of having sex with a girl, he just like decided that he started thinking about all the time she pissed him off. So he just changed his mind and he told her.
Oh.
Mid sex, he's like, you know what? I've changed my mind. You have to go. And he's like, women fuck with men's like self-esteem all the time. So why can't we fuck with theirs? I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, Andrew Tate.
Yeah, his dad
Kickboxer.
was I think
And a
the
chess
first
prodigy.
black grand chess master. Yeah.
Yeah, really smart guy.
Like really smart. You know, he has like over 10 different passports.
Really?
Yeah, his
He
thing
goes
is,
all
like,
over the place.
Yeah, he says like the best thing because you can't be off the grid is to be on as many grids as possible. So he said like during like COVID he went to like 30 different countries and just did what the fuck ever.
That's great.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show.
I mean, like, I don't even know who I am.
I don't even know who I am.
The BRN now has the ways to make the memes. It wasn't always like that. Bubba fights back. Listen carefully.
I lost my house.
He lived inside a 31-foot-long RV cause he was 50 days from going under.
And then I lost my building.
He used to wonder how to break it to Tom Bean. He and Blitz were gonna split rugged diamonds, now intervene. And he was down to help. Then Bubba got into his groove, and now there's many ways to keep it funded.
You know, I'm paying my bills.
He's got different ways to beat the numbers.
I'm getting back on top.
You got the TikTok, uploading to the gram, and on the wish he was a boy toy. Lummy is a dummy. Podcasting is a must, cause on radio you cannot cuss. Can't get on the Twitter feed, but YouTube is for free. Bubba's got his own whack pack. Dr. Danny is the man, and Babyface is a soy boy. Always getting toothy. Facebook is for the baby booms. Twitch has a chat room, but watch out for Iggy, cause he is scary.
Lummy, tell me what you know about Stamps.com, my friend. What do you know about them?
Well, I know that if you're a small business, you would be pretty dumb not to use Stamps.com because you can get all the discounts of all the big companies. I believe it's up to 40% off.
Nope, it's 30 from the post office, but that's okay, buddy.
Thank you.
I think it's 86 from UPS.
Yes, it is.
What else do you know, bud?
I know that
Does it work seamlessly with Shopify and Amazon?
it sure does.
How about
And
Etsy and eBay?
everything. It works on all those platforms.
Do I need a fancy computer and special equipment?
Nope, you just need a computer and a printer. And the best thing is that they'll come pick it up for you. You can schedule a pickup with UPS or USPS.
You can order your shipping supplies through Stamps.com for free. Don't mail and ship the hard way. Sign up with Stamps.com today. Sign up with my promo code BUBBA for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial, plus free postage and a digital scale, no long-term commitments and or contracts. It's real simple. Go to Stamps.com.
Promo code BUBBA.
Click on the microphone on the top homepage and type in BUBBA. Stamps.com.
Promo code BUBBA.
Trying to get all these endorsements out of the way, Lummy, for our big 9 o'clock Willie.
Yeah.
Think we'll go 30 minutes?
I hope longer.
We'll try to get everybody else on here.
I hope a lot longer.
You think 30 minutes would be good?
Oh, it would be, but I feel like you could spend hours and hours. Become buddies.
We're taking the show to noon.
You think that me and this guy might become friends? I got an uncanny way to become important people's friends. Maybe not anymore. They might not trust me. But prior to the Hogan
endearing.
sex tape,
You're endearing.
I met Larry Bird one time, and we became friends. I met Dion actually, sought after me.
Oh.
Did you know that?
Back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
He pursued you?
Dion called me. I was floating like a fat ass, weighing 456
Getting
pounds.
stuck in his tub.
In Palm Harbor, Florida. It was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And remember, Blitz, you'd have like one of those little cordless phones that like had a big antenna on it.
Hell yeah.
And you'd like put it in a Ziploc bag or something, if you were on the float and you put it in a Ziploc bag
so it didn't get wet.
It didn't get wet.
Yep.
But somebody call you could take the call from the pool.
Hell yeah.
So I'm out floating. This is in 1994, and my phone rings. And the radio station, Dion's people called the radio station, and they gave him and they were able to validate, that indeed it was Dion. And so I think BJ, my boss from the Power Pig, gave Dion my home number. So I'm floating in the pool, and I answer her, "Yeah, I'm looking for Bubba the Love Sponge." I go, "Who's this?" "Deion Sanders." I said, "Yeah, right. Try again, buddy." And I hung up on him. and I hung up on him. And about 5 minutes later, I pick up the phone. "Hello?" "No, for real. This is Deion Sanders. So don't joke. No joke." I'm like, "Hey, buddy, what's going on?" "Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just really, I turned into a fanboy. Like, hold on, this is like really Deion Sanders? "Yeah, man. I heard you're the hot radio guy in Tampa, Florida." Yeah? "Yeah, anyway, I got this new album called Must Be the Money. This new song. And I'd like to come on your show and promote it. And then I'm going to be at a record store the next day and doing an in-store." I'm like, "Okay, you want to come in on my show? You want to come on my show?" "Yeah, how about tonight about 8:30? I'm like, "Okay." So I get to work. I go, "Hey, Deion Sanders supposedly is going to be here." I'm like, "Yeah, whatever." I tell them, Blitz, remember you had to tell 970 WFLA, they're the ones that opened the door after hours. So I had to go down to Don Richards or please. I had to go down there and tell all those uptight news guys, "Hey, well, we always had girls showing up and stuff, but we never really had guests." So we went down and said, "Hey, we're supposed to have Deion Sanders down here." And they're like, "Yeah, whatever." Sure enough, Deion shows up on my show. I think we got a clip. I think Deion's son stole the clip to put on Deion's Instagram.
Oh, yeah, it was like a reel.
Yeah. It got like a zillion hits on the deal.
I think I put it on ours.
Anyway, Deion's on my show. So then we become buddies just because, I was telling him how cool he was and letting him take phone calls. Like taking phone calls blew athletes away back then. They'd be like, you pick up the phone and talk to girls. Oh. So he then asked me, he goes, "Hey, you want to be at my record store signing tomorrow? You can sit right by me." I go, "Yeah." So that's where the pictures come from with me and Deion at a table. And then we just became friends, and he would call the show, and then we just became buddies.
Were you a big a fan of his before he called in?
I was very familiar with him, and I was I knew I followed his FSU career, and everybody knew who Deion Sanders was.
Yeah,
he was a two-sport guy. This Deion Sanders if you look at this is 1994. Deion Sanders in 1994, I think, was double sport, like at the height.
Oh yeah, he was.
Listen,
He's
where
a
did you
rock
get the
star.
prime time at? That wasn't Chris Berman, was it? That's me.
No.
That's me asking how I got the name Prime Time, and then they give somebody else the credit.
Yeah.
Where did you get the prime time at? That wasn't Chris Berman, was it?
No. That
happened way before that.
That happened way before that. I don't believe in them nicknames that was given to yourself. You got to earn your nickname. You know what I'm saying? So I earned the right to be called Prime in high school, man. Back in, I think it was 84 in a basketball game, man. 84, not 4. 84.
That's when I graduated. It was 84.
84.
Yeah.
Man, I dropped like 36 that night. Had a couple dunks back to back, and one of my homies said, "Hey, Deion.
By the way, this is my show. This is my studios."
I said, "What's up, man?" He said, "You know what, man?" I said, "What, baby?"
He said, "You prime time." I said, "Yeah, okay."
Don't give Dan any ideas. Dan's gonna start calling him Dan time.
Yeah. No, ever since then, man, I've been prime time.
So, but the bad thing about it, Anna, is they stole it.
Yeah.
I don't know where they got it. I think they got it on one of our YouTube channels. I think they got it on our YouTube deal. Oh, you're sending me some still?
Yeah. Just some pictures.
Yep.
And you can scroll.
Look at that. Back in the day. That was us at the record appearance with my Air Bubba beepers. Oh, that's me in the locker room and then on the 95 NFC Championship game in the locker room.
Oh, nice.
Look at that. There's me and Dion. God damn, I was laying heavy. Dan, you didn't even know me back then. And all these people were lined up out the door around the block, and I had 2 Dollhouse girls with us.
Where,
as well.
And where was that at?
That Blitz. That was in Countryside at where the Gateway store it used to be.
The Peaches, I think is what
Yes,
it was.
Peaches. It was called Peaches.
Yeah.
So that's how I got to be friends with Dion. So I don't know if I become friends with this. I don't know if if my charm or I don't know.
You would like that though, right?
Yeah, this would be a cool dude to know, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, think about how fortunate I am. I know Tucker Carlson. I mean, would you guys not argue that I'm friends with Tucker Carlson?
Definitely. Yeah.
Right, and it started with him being on my show.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm friends with Deion Sanders, and it started with him being on my show. Right?
Yeah.
I'm friends with Tony Stewart. And it kind of started out with him being on my show a little bit. My show had a little bit to do with it.
The only one is Larry Bird because you were friends with his brother.
Larry was the only one that didn't have my show to do with it. Larry was the only one that I met through friends, and we became then he sent his brother down to live with me because his brother was too stupid to live on his own. So Larry Bird calls me at the station. I'm doing my radio show at night, like 7 to midnight on 103 PFR. This is like 1986. And Tony Clark, the general manager, calls the business line. And I'm, when the business line rings at 9 o'clock at night, that means, you said something a little controversial like, shut up and don't call me again, little kid. Like something that would be so not a problem. So the business line rings and it's Tony Clark. And Tony Clark goes, "Hey, Larry Bird, I went to high school with Larry Bird. You know who Larry Bird is?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course." And he's like, "Well, I went to high school with him, and we're best friends." My general manager, Tony Clark. And he said, Larry's coming to town next week, and his younger brother, Jeff Bird, is scheduled to be a freshman at Indiana State, and I know that you go to school there. Do you got any room in your apartment? And to take Jeff in and kind of show him where to go, and I'm like, yeah, no problem. And then they paid me to have Jeff, kind of like I was like his little, like his wingman,
his handler.
I was kind of his handler, and that's how I got to be friends.
I'm telling you, we don't want to see any.
All right, I don't want any of this.
Well, I was saying that's on our YouTube. People do want to see. That's the Dion. That's the full interview.
By the way, look at this.
Reel to reels.
I don't think this makes sense right here. If you guys can catch, what's the problem with this still photo right here? That you got a 500-pound man with a Nutrisystem shake deal. Trying to be
it is a
Elvis. Not a very good testament for.
I'm telling you, we don't.
There you go.
There's a big ass picture of Dion all styling in this little thing for you to autograph. Myers this week.
I want to have something that I made a song with my man Too Short. He wrote this track for me. It's called "It's All Real."
It's all real.
It's all real.
Cut 5.
Cut 5.
Cut 5 with a CD you can buy tomorrow and have you sign.
Keep the mic on because I like to talk through it. Yeah.
Keep the mic on. That's that Dan. Dan, if you were black and a two athlete guy, that you'd be just like Dion.
Yeah, I'd be intolerable.
He still is.
Yeah, you don't play any sports and you're intolerable. So anyway, my guest is in 31 minutes.
And I actually sent an email because I'm really nervous, just confirming, and I got a reply. Yes.
We're coming to the point where we're bugging him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no!
Stop bugging him, Lummy.
I got a text from his friend that said just send him a message confirming we're still good.
All right, good.
So I did, and we got it. So.
Should I ask the person, sir, are you familiar with me? Do you have any idea who I am? Or is that a little stupid to say that?
Sir, do you know who you're talking to right now?
Do you?
Did you even Google me?
Yeah. I don't know. Dan,
I think it'll come out.
Yeah.
It'll come out. He'll definitely know who you are, and you guys have a lot to talk about, some mutual friends to talk about. I think he'll be endeared with you, and
all right,
you
Dan,
guys
shut
will
up.
be
You're giving
friends.
it away. Here's Ron DeSantis' new commercial.
Dear Governor DeSantis, I wanted to write and thank you for working so hard for the citizens of Florida.
Dear Governor DeSantis, I've never written a political leader.
But I'm writing to
We
express...
should steal this and have letters to us. We hate you. You suck.
Yeah.
Anna sucks. Levy sucks.
Everything misspelled.
Yeah, right. From some anonymous source.
Yeah.
my appreciation for keeping us Floridians free and thriving.
A governor who says what he is going to do and then does it.
I realize that the right thing is not always the easy thing.
Without your leadership, we wouldn't have been able to stay open.
Because of you, my child has thrived through this pandemic.
The monoclonal antibodies saved my mother's life.
Oh, Danny, look at that.
I'm 11 years old and I'm glad I could go to school.
Watching you beat back the woke liberal media makes me so proud to be a Floridian.
Freedom to live.
Freedom to go to school.
Freedom.
Freedom.
Thank you.
Thank you
for keeping Florida free.
Pretty strong.
I like it.
Pretty strong. Pretty strong, guys. I mean, hate all you want.
Fighting the good fight.
It's pretty strong.
Oh yeah.
I mean, hey, I mean, I know Gary's furious right now, cutting himself, but I mean,
But, you know, I mean,
but it's pretty strong.
Florida has been a great state to be in the last couple of years. You know, during all this COVID stuff, I think Ron DeSantis
Proud
was
to
very,
be a Floridian.
Yep. He really thought of the people more than the machine.
This is why I like Elon Musk. Right here, this guy, man, he just makes a lot of sense and says stuff that some people are afraid to say.
The president's working so hard to sort of free someone who's in jail in Russia for some weed. Then shouldn't we free people
That's what Joe
in America?
just said. I saw that.
Who, yeah,
absolutely. Joe Rogan said that.
There are people in jail in America
for the same shit.
For the same,
Right.
shouldn't we free them too?
All right, I dumped it real fast.
Thank you. Sorry.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
a lot of people have been saying
it
that.
makes a lot of. I mean,
That's
and
what
you know
Tulsi
what?
was saying.
And who's got the balls to say it?
Tulsi.
I
and Joe
I
and
love
Elon.
her. I love her.
Yeah, she's great.
I actually love all three of those people.
Yeah.
Yeah, Biden's administration is working very hard to come up with a deal to free her for the same thing that people in America have done, and they're in jail, and they're doing nothing for those people.
Let's get the Gabbert bitch for president with an Elon vice or a Joe Rogan vice.
No, I don't want Joe Rogan as president.
No, I do. Elon Musk gave us a scolding.
Scalding.
Was it scalding?
Mm-hmm.
Scalding take on the President Joe Biden's ongoing effort to release WNBA star Brittany Griner from a Russian prison. Is that it? Is there any more excerpts?
You know, she had like a gram. She had like a gram on her of the
the
oil?
of the
Yeah.
No, the straight
controversial substance. She had about, I think it was like 0.87 grams. But think about all
But
the
I
kids.
do think it was oil. I do think
It was oil.
It was oil,
It was oil.
which is a kicker, I think.
But it was less than a gram. Anyway, think about all the African Americans that are in jail because they had a gram or two of crack and how much time they had to spend in jail for that. And so it really is shameful that we're putting this much resources into this basketball player and not addressing the over criminalization of marijuana and crack in America.
Rudy, $50 on the Cash App.
Thank you, Rudy.
At the Bubba Army. At the Bubba Army. She's doing 9.
Wow.
I'm just seeing her today.
Not
Been sentenced
in jail.
tonight.
My opinion,
Here we go.
My opinion is that people should not be in jail for nonviolent drug crimes.
I kind of agree.
Certainly not for 9 years.
You know he's going to get her back. You know he is. I mean, there's not.
Unfortunately, he will.
No, that's what I'm saying. But it's not even like there's not even a chance of him of it not happening. Like there's no way.
Can we trade her for Kamala?
You damned yourself again. Buddy.
Why? She'd be so much better
in Russian prison.
No,
sometimes it doesn't make sense.
Oh,
sometimes money equals arrogance and stupidity. Just saying, Dan.
She sucks.
Who?
Kamala Harris.
I know, but you can't trade her. Like you can't. It's not even like it's.
For
not
Brittany
even,
Griner?
No.
She'd be way better.
Who? Brittany Griner would be better as a vice president?
Yeah, dude, your dog Bella would be better as a vice president. Should be Commander and Bella running the country. We'd be way better off.
Be poop everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, so does Biden, probably.
Yeah, true.
True, yeah.
I mean,
if his diaper's not tight.
Who's more in control on their poops? My puppy, my pit bull Labrador puppy, or our president? I mean, it's really not a distinct,
That's the new game show.
That's a close call. Who produces more poop? A mutt dog at 7 months, puppy, still not potty trained, poops everywhere, or the president of the United States?
He couldn't even put on his jacket the other day.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, the guy is.
Never done this.
Here we go. Hold on.
Before, but because of a number of things we got done on a bipartisan basis, like
Joe, don't stray away too far. I think they got secrets that might have him tethered like you do a kid at the mall.
Yeah.
A leash.
Elcar Rob, 25 for BARP, Cash App. Thanks, buddy.
$200 million infrastructure project, like what we're doing today, we passed yesterday, helping take.
What did he say? Tash?
No one knows.
Hold on. No, everybody quiet.
Like what we're doing today, we passed yesterday, helping take care of everything from health care to God knows what else.
Yeah. So what's part of this bill? Everything and God knows what else. That's
the Inflation Reduction Act.
It's the Inflation Act.
Yeah, the Inflation Act is full of the
everything from health care to God knows what else. What we're going to do is we're going to see, for example, if they got to put a new water line in the community, there's no reason why they can't at the same time be digging a line that puts in a whole new modern line for internet connections.
Okay.
All right.
What the hell's he talking about?
Doesn't
He's
matter.
saying that for the
substitution of the word equity
he's saying for the Flint, Michigans that are getting new water lines, looks like you might get some fiber internet
Some
too.
Cat 5.
Yeah.
Old stuff.
Yeah, you might get. You know what? You might be able to get off the dial-up service in Flint, is what he's saying.
This was before his speech.
Here we go. Help me with my jacket here. One of you guys here, Johnny Airman, jacket, please. Hey, I know you're supposed to be at attention, but you're also supposed to help me when I'm looking. Jill, what are you doing? Worry about your hair? God damn it, Jill, help me out. Jesus Christ, Jill, can't you see that this is how I would be. This is how I would be handling it if it was my girl. Jill, can't you see? Jill, God damn it, get over here and help me, you dumb bitch. Can't you tell that I'm struggling here? And there's all these cameras. They're all going to catch me now looking like I'm, incapable.
I like your shoes.
Help me out here. Where's the hole?
God, Joe, you dumbass.
That's my pocket. Is that where my pills are?
Stupid old MFer.
And look at, hold on. Now look at Joe. And Joe's cutting a promo on as she's walking away. Watch. Look at. Well, screw you too, bitch. I'm so sorry. I need help around here. Every once in a while, you think you're all that and stuff. Don't forget who the president is. Oh, damn
it. My baby.
They don't fall up the stairs, Joseph.
Oh, no.
Stupid bastard.
She looks over it.
He gets down to get him and then kick it back
and now
up.
he's squirreled by there's some type of
a squirrel runs
watch,
by.
a squirrel truck. A squirrel just ran by him right now.
Let him go. Just let him go.
He got squirreled by a squirrel.
He did. Stuff right.
Can I go touch the fire truck?
No, Joseph. God, you
Final
old
chapter
idiot.
in the tragic
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Can I make your alarms?
Yeah.
I'll be 1 second. I gotta go.
I'm gonna do a break at 50.
Okay.
Let me just bang it out. Get it out of the way.
So I still have what?
We got 2 stamps and 1 light stream, so we're gonna need 1 more light stream at some point, and
Another stamp.
yeah, another stamp
Tomorrow. I'll do light stream right now.
Okay.
And then tomorrow I'll have a light stream stamps.
Yep.
If I do a light stream today.
Yeah.
If you have any tabs that you know you're not going to use, I'd close them too.
Okay.
Just to do it.
Good morning, Poodle Ballin.
Right, let me.
What? Yep. Whatever you say. I was saying passage of inflation.
It's more nervous. Love me or Bubba.
I'm pointing at clerk. Point me. Yeah. There's no way, there's no way you could do another 4. Getting wordy with a 26-month Spartan there. 41 months. We 76. What's up, Dante 9? Good morning, Felix. That is true. I wasn't sniffing. Good morning, Stuck in Dion Stub. I gonna call you the police. Good morning. See, there you go, Dante. You even know. I think it's lesbian Lonnie O'Donnell. Love your name. Just perfect timing. Yes, I am Dante 9. Are you going? Side effects. Good morning. If you are Dante 9, let me know. Whisper me or whatever.
Do you need to go?
Have a beer. Yeah. Do you mind?
Yep. Go ahead. Hello. Oh God. That sounded like it hurt. It's all over my body. Good morning. Can I say we have a big guest at 9?
We do got a big guest.
On Instagram?
Yeah.
I'll just say we have a big guest at 9.
I'm so fucking nervous.
You're excited is what you are. It's the same physiological effects as being nervous. It's just, you gotta think of a different way to tell yourself the same story. Okay, what the hell? Wait, hold on. Why am I being dumb? Create. There we go. Wait, hold on. There we go. Now we're doing it. Alright guys, let's see. Do you guys know who it is? Not gonna tell you.
Yeah. Just upper. Just a couple little uppers.
I'm stiff.
You need to go see Cipriano.
Yeah. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy.
Don't get me going on that.
Sorry.
No, I like Cipriano. We're friends now.
Alright. There. Something cryptic, something fun.
Who said that to?
Oh, I just put on our story. Petite.
What's up, Felix the cat?
Get excited.
Possum Trot.
Get excited.
What's up, lesbian Lemmy Donnell? Hey, Sicilian redneck. What's up, Uncle Fokker? BTLS for life. Good morning. What's up, Poodle Ball? What's up, Xerxes?
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Bug Show. Go to
Lightstream.com/BTLS
and get your financing done before you even start the used car buying process. You can apply online and get a loan from $5,000 to $100,000 on any used car. There's no collateral liens or restrictions on age or mileage. You can even get that vintage car. Get a loan and buy a used car from a dealership with rates starting at just 3.99% APR with auto pay and excellent credit. You can apply now and get a special interest rate discount, even save more. And that's for Bubba listeners only. Just go to lightstream.com/BTLS.
LIGHTSTREAM.com/BTLS.
Subject to credit approval. Rates range from 3.99% APR to 9.49% APR. Include a 0.50% auto pay discount. Lowest rates require excellent credit. Terms and conditions apply, and offers are subject to change without notice. Visit lightstream.com/BTLS for more information. I peed, so I was getting a little nervous.
Getting excited is what you are.
When you used to wrestle, did you pee a lot before wrestling matches?
Yep.
Yeah, so did I.
Did you ever get diarrhea?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, I took
Yeah, I used
X-Lax
to.
before.
Yeah, because Dan was trying to cut weight.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was a bad idea.
I meant like because you were nervous.
Did you see where the Gabby Petito parents are trying to sue for $50 million the Utah State Police Department?
Yeah,
come
Moab.
on.
I mean, man, I don't think that they were negligent in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, here's the quick story.
The final.
I got a break at 50.
It's a quick one.
Chapter in the tragic death of Gabby Petito was written today. Petito was the Florida woman murdered on a road trip with her fiance. Today it was revealed that a notebook
Cute as hell.
found with the remains of Brian Laundrie contained written statements claiming responsibility for Petito's death. The FBI acknowledged it is officially closing its investigation.
Well, I mean, that
It didn't really
doesn't-
cover the lawsuit, but
And I don't think what are they alleging that the Utah State Police did
that
wrong?
3 of the officers negligent failure in their investigation into the alleged assault between Petito and her fiance Brian Laundrie.
But don't
They also
have-
accused the defendants of wrongful death, saying Petito's death was caused by their wrongful acts or neglect. Caused is it? That doesn't seem right.
Dan, is this just some lawyer in Utah that really, really, really believes in this case, or is this headlines or a settlement grab?
It's going to be a settlement grab. I'm sure they'll do some kind of settlement to make it go away.
Yeah, but like, isn't
'Cause it's a bad look.
But isn't they're almost municipality proof? Somewhat.
Well,
I mean, like,
there's you can't sue the king, and there's always limits on how much you can collect, but it can be overridden by the legislature, usually in the state. So if there's a cap of $250 and you get $5 million, they can go to the legislature and they can make an approval for your $5 million. It happens sometimes when someone's wrongfully convicted and in jail for 30 years.
I mean, are they gonna have to like pass the litmus test though within the judicial system to see if it even has legal? I mean, you filing one thing, whether it gets thrown out or not, or is a judge going to be more likely not to throw this out because it's so high profile and they let it go.
They'll let it go.
Through.
They'll let it through. The judge will probably let it through, and it'll be worked out on the merits, or it will be settled. And my vote is it'll probably be settled. Like Crump goes in there to a municipality and sues for $15 million. They don't have $15 million normally, so they have to get that approved, and they just want Crump to go away. And so if these lawyers are the type that are dangerous to the persona of that community, then they will, probably try to sell it, make it go away.
But I think that most people, even that live within Utah, would be like, we don't think our state troopers did anything. Like, I don't know that you have the public support.
But we don't know the policy, their policies and procedures. And so if their policy and procedures dictate that they should have, separated them, brought one in for further questioning, or arrested
then there could
one,
be a problem, right?
then there's a problem. Yeah, there's arguably a problem. I mean, I don't know how much it'll hold up, but I can understand the families being upset about it, and I can understand them wanting to have some kind of, cause of action. It's just the question is where will it settle, and will it get funded?
It's like it's today's society of not being able to handle no.
Right.
You lose your child, and listen, I wouldn't wish that upon anybody, but it may not necessarily be the agency that tried to keep your daughter and this guy both out of jail. And just, as a domestic deal. I mean, I'm sure there was no signs of...
Yeah, because if they took in everybody they stopped and thought there was a problem, it'd be everybody.
They're taking discretionary out of police work.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't do that.
But sometimes they take discretionary out of police work, and they say if there's a domestic violence call, someone has to go downtown.
Yeah, you're right.
And some municipalities have that policy where if they're getting called to a house because a man and a woman are fighting over something, one of them's going to jail that night.
Here's what would have happened, though. I mean... you can't. He had marks on him from her,
right?
So she would have been the one to go to jail, and then her parents would have went nuts that they should have never taken her in. That look how small she is.
Might have saved her life. Though.
Yeah, but you can't use that because that would have been an issue. You're right, though.
I'm going into words. I don't like this lawsuit. I wish their family the best. I'm going into words because I got Brett Favre. Brett Favre. This is so surreal to me. It is so surreal to me that I started radio back in 1986, became a Brett Favre fan when I was in Milwaukee, when he became the starting quarterback after they replaced him with after the Packers gave up a number 1 for him. And I've been a huge, huge fan, and I've interviewed so many different people in my career, and this is the one that I've always wanted to have. And Lummy, you made it work, buddy.
Yay, Lumma!
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Hey, Bubba, can I stay for the first part and just quietly walk out?
Yeah. We're not going to put you on camera.
That's fine. That's fine.
But they're doing the shirtless doing push-ups in the back.
Yeah, I'll just take off my shirt and do push-ups.
Lummy?
Yes, sir.
Now, will this be too much of a mark for me to show Brett?
No, I can't see it.
You can have that behind you when you're interviewing them. Just have that as your backdrop.
Oh, yeah.
It's a perfect backdrop.
Good. Bobby, bad Bobby 018. I was gonna do it last time. Right?
Yeah,
Go ahead, I got it.
You guys hang on that same thing?
Yeah, but I can't.
I loved him in Something About
I
Mary.
might show it.
I think that was his best work.
Well, I have a Packer shirt on. Should I put my Packer shirt on, or is that Mark? Yeah, no, that's kind of a Mark.
Yeah.
It's kind of Mark.
Okay.
But that poster behind you is not Mark.
No.
Just respect.
Don't forget access open, you can't play any more audio.
Yeah, no, I won't.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Well, we're still 6 minutes out.
Thanks, Donkey.
Let's see, where's your neck on that?
Right here.
Okay. I just had him audition. transmission up here should be good then.
You want it out of? Yeah, it's out of audio.
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
And it worked good with the dock yesterday.
Yep.
So
cool.
Then he'll just zoom on here with me.
Yeah, it'll pop up top. You don't have to let him in. I'm assuming it'll be a few minutes until he gets off.
All right, it's on the Insta.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. That's so exciting.
Buddy's a big fan of the show.
I have a Black Widow, yes. One rad dad.
Yeah, I'm worried about wearing a mark, but I wear a shirt, my own shirt. I'm worried about being a mark, but I got my own fucking shirt on.
Yes, one rad dad.
Oh, that's cool. The volcano? Are they like... They've been monitoring it. I guess it's gonna explode.
Oh, it's moving. Oh my god, it is going to pop.
Okay.
Oh, it's about to pop. Look at it expanding.
What is it?
A volcano in Hawaii.
It's like a big boil?
Yeah, it pops like a big pop pimple. All that pressure.
And then that's when the lava comes out and...
Yeah, it's pushing.
If you can't outrun lava, though, you're slow as fuck if you can't outrun lava.
Yeah, but the gases kill you.
I mean, I'm slow, but I'm faster than lava. I mean, I can't outrun most things in nature, but I can out-fucking run lava. I don't think Favre had a combine. Did they have a combine back then?
That's a great question.
I'm going to ask them a question. I don't think they did.
Was it 92? No, 80...
No, he came out in 91. He was the 33rd pick in 91.
I think they were doing the combines in 91.
I'm going to ask him how he do in the combine. I didn't. That's one thing I didn't.
He did do the combine.
Bubba accepts him on Zoom or something.
Oh, okay.
He is waiting.
Man, there he is.
There he is. Look how giddy.
That's Brett Favre right there, buddy. Hey, Brad, it's Bubba. You probably can't hear us. 1 minute. No, 1 minute.
1 minute.
1 minute, Brett Favre.
1 minute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. We can hear you. Yes. I'm passing notes to Brett Favre like I'm in 8th grade.
Do you feel like you're in 8th grade there right now?
Bob, like yes, if you like
nervous. All right, here we go.
Good job, Mom.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Live. It's the Bubba the Love Spot Show. Well, to say that I wasn't nervous would be a lie, because I'm so nervous right now. I've been doing radio 35 years, and this is the one guy that I'm nervous to interview. Brett, are you there?
I'm here.
Are you familiar with me at all, Brett Favre, and how big of a fan I've been over my broadcasting career?
It sounds like I'm not.
We do have one friend in common. And
Okay.
Deion Sanders.
What a great guy.
And I met Dion back in 1994 here in Tampa when he was doing his rap album, because I was like the number one night guy, on the top 40 station. So Dion was promoting his album, and he found out I was a Packer fan, and he didn't really like that too much, but we kept in touch and stuff. And then when you guys played in 95, the NFC Championship game in Dallas, Dion invited me out there and, to watch the game. So I'm staying at Dion's house. I was real fat back then. I almost got stuck in his bathtub. And so I go to the game, and Dion, I go to the game with Dion, and he tells all the security guys I can, walk wherever I want to go and stuff. But all I want to do is go over to the Packers, sideline. So I'm looking at, I was like, man, there's Jim McMahon, there's Chris Jackie, there's Brett Favre. Oh, my God. So at halftime, I'm in the locker room with Dion, and he goes, Bubba, where you been all game? I go, I've been over at the Packers side of the game. It's like, don't forget who brought you to the game. So I had to stay over on the Dallas side for the whole rest of the game, and then you guys end up getting beat. And, do you remember that game? Dion says the reason they won that game is because they were able – you guys were up – it was 17-17, and Gil Haskins got hit – You threw a pass to Brooks, and they went into the sidelines, and Gil Haskins took like 15 or 20 minutes, and Dion says they were able to look like it, schemes and things like that and figure you out, and that's what the advantage was, is because Gil Haskins got hurt.
Well, I remember everything you're saying. I don't know if they were tough to beat. It seemed like we went down there every year and was turned away. Now, they were great. They were really good. So I don't know. I remember when Gil got hit and almost killed him.
I know it was. People didn't really realize how bad it was. The ambulance came and everything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was bad. And Gil is still alive today, but he's never been the same. That he suffered some major head and brain injuries. But that. Dion would know better than I. They won the game. But I think that
Keith Jackson had a big game, if I remember that night. Keith Jackson was setting them on fire.
Yeah, that run they made, they even when Barry Switzer took over, they won one and really should have won the next one. They were almost unbeatable. They just were loaded at every position.
You guys beat him in Lambeau a few times, and I think Dion got a pick six on you one time in Lambeau.
He did. He did. and every time I talk to him, I'm constantly reminded, as if I need to be, like, Dion, you solidified your career. My pick doesn't make you any better or any worse.
Oh, he's all torn. He likes to always bring that up. Anytime I talk to him, like I'm trying to get him a free van right now through my buddy Explorer van, and I told him I was going to have you on a couple days ago, and he goes, "Make sure you remind him about that pick six at Lambeau." I said, "How about I remind him when Favre beat you FSU and what was that 89? You guys beat him in 89?
Yeah, but he had left. That was the first year he wasn't.
I know, but you had T-Buck, Edgar Bennett, and I forget
Leroy
Butler all on that team.
Yeah.
And that was just after you got hurt. That's July. You got your 30 inches of intestine, or was that a year later?
That was the following year. We beat Alabama, similar fashion. I was in my car wreck right before my senior season. In fact, July 14th is when I wrecked. I had surgery August 8th to remove almost 3.5 feet of intestines, and ended up playing against Alabama September 8th.
And they were actually wanting you to redshirt. I think I remember I saw an article where they're like, "Hey, Brett, redshirt," and you're like, "No, man, I got to come out. I got to do it." And they're like, "There's no way this guy is going to play. They got 30 inches of his intestine cut out."
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I had a redshirt year. I could have used it. In all honesty, you never know. Had I used it, who knows?
Had you used it, then Ron Wolf maybe had gotten you with the Packers the next year because he loved you.
Correct. Maybe I would have moved up to the first round and ended up with a bad team. But the way it played out was perfect.
A lot of people don't realize that Ron Wolf was for the Jets, and he thought he had you as the number one guy in the entire draft. He wanted you so bad, and he couldn't believe that you slipped to 33, and Atlanta got you. And then the Packers hired, I think, Ron Wolf mid-season or something like that, and he met the team in Atlanta, and because he wanted to get one last look at you. But the Packer media and stuff were greasing him too bad because he couldn't. He wanted to watch you warm up. This is when you're playing for the Falcons in '91,
Right.
and he wanted to watch you warm up because you were partying and not really taking anything serious and living the Atlanta life. Just got a $350,000 signing bonus. You and your brother were just getting crazy, and he wanted to see if you still had the arm that he thought you did, but he didn't get a chance to see you even warm up that game, and that's when I think Billy Joel Tolver got replaced by Chris Miller, and they came back and and you guys beat the Packers, I think.
Yeah, I vaguely remember, but Chris Miller, either the previous week or the week before that, had gotten hurt. Billy Joe came in, threw a Hail Mary against the 49ers at home at Fulton County Stadium. We won the game. We had a great year that year. Chris Miller had a fantastic statistical year. But you're right. He came back in. We did beat the Packers. I had no clue who Ron Wolf was. Never heard of him. Didn't know that he was monitoring my every move.
And I think Tom Zach was I think Mikowski was hurt, and Tom Zach was the quarterback. And the Packers looked like $1 million. They had the 39 running back, and they looked great. They were killing you guys. And then I think there was a fumble on a kickoff deal, and Atlanta got back in, and they yanked Tolliver and brought Chris back in, and then they beat you, and that's when Ron Wolf knew that he wanted you. And I think he had to go to the executive committee in Green Bay, and then there's this whole big Favre flunked the physical deal, and Ron got pissed off and fired a bunch of doctors and everything. I think that's what I remember reading.
Yeah, I don't know what happened as far as the firing, but I did flunk the physical.
And they said, this guy's got 3 years at best. Like, what are you doing, Ron?
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah, they said he'll play 3. Now, if you back up a year, I was failed by. Not a lot of teams were looking for a quarterback early in my draft. 2 quarterbacks were taken in the first round. Todd Marinovich went to the Raiders, and Dan McGuire went to the Seahawks. Mid first round, I think both. So it wasn't really a quarterback rich draft, but I know Atlanta didn't fail me on the physical because they drafted me. But my understanding is the Raiders, and the Raiders were probably going to get Marinovich anyway because Al Davis kind of likes them at that time make a splash, and Marinovich was the big name.
And they had really marketed Marinovich too as like this guy his dad didn't let him eat lean meat, and he only ate chicken and fish, and he was like this ultimate, like kind of like, remember Jeff George was supposed to be that guy coming out of Indiana, remember like that kind of hype.
Never had chocolate.
No, never had chocolate, never played in the mud, never got worms or anything like we did as kids. None of that stuff.
Right. You can't draft those guys.
No, look at you draft Jeff George. Look at him. You end up being well, I'm from Indiana too, so it really hits home on the Jeff George deal. I grew up in Little Warsaw, Indiana, and my dad was not born, but spent time in Baraboo, Wisconsin. So here I am in Indiana, and everybody's a Bears fan. Because the Colts weren't even in Indiana back then. But I was a Packer fan. I'm talking about John Brockington and MacArthur Lane and Lynn Dickey and Paul Kaufman and Ezra Jones. And we would have to get on top of our house and point the antenna to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, WTMJ, and we'd listen to Max McGee if he was sober and doing the play-by-play. And I grew up a complete Packer fan all of my life. And then we would sometimes get to go to when the Packers played at Milwaukee County Stadium. We could sometimes get tickets for that because sometimes you could get tickets. You couldn't get tickets to Lambeau. Even back in the 70s when they sucked, you couldn't get them. Even when John Hadel was the quarterback, you couldn't get tickets back then.
Yeah. That was really a very eye-opening experience for me when I got traded up there. When I was traded, there was a lot of confusion in my head. There was mixed emotions. But the one thing that I hung my hat on was I was drafted in the second round, didn't play as a rookie, a few plays.
First, well, actually, one was an interception, wasn't it, to yourself or something like that?
No, I didn't throw any regular season passes. So we're playing the Redskins in the
preseason.
I don't think it was a championship game, but we were playing them in the RFK,
right?
Which has been long gone. And they were one of those teams like the Cowboys were several years later. They were virtually unbeatable. Mark Ripien you couldn't get close to him. He had receivers out the wazoo, and they ran it at will. They really, whatever they wanted to do, they could do. So I'm the third string quarterback. We're down something like 48-14 in the last 3 or 4 minutes. So Glanville, typical Glanville. Get in there, Mississippi. Get in there, Mississippi.
Mississippi, if you didn't spend all your money on the beer money, go ahead and get in there, Mississippi. Do what you got.
Exactly. My first pass was actually a perfect pass. I threw a crossing route to Mike Pritchard, who was drafted in the first round the same year I was drafted in the second. And it went right through his arms, right into the linebacker's hands. And he caught it on a death sprint. So that was my first pass. But I was traded for a first-round pick, even though I did everything in my power unknowingly to be traded for nothing.
Yeah, like I forget. There's a lot of guys like, why would you give a first round for this guy? We'd be lucky to get a fifth for him. Glanville hates him.
Well, why would you give a first-round pick for anyone drafted in the second round who didn't play in the year?
Because Ron Wolf was the man. I mean, Ron Wolf. I mean, God, some of Ron Wolf's drafts were unbelievable. He got Trousher in the 7th. He got some. He T-Buck. I think Ron Wolf was instrumental in getting Reggie to Green Bay.
Instrumental in getting Reggie. He brought in guys like Frank Winters, who was a starting center for us for 16 years and was undrafted free agent. Got him, which then was called Plan B free agency. He brought him over. There were so many guys that he brought in that were head scratchers that ended up contributing to our success.
I mean, Ron Wolf got Scott Wells, Donald Driver, Mark Trousher, and I think Antonio Freeman in the 7th. All on is the 5th. I think got Dorsey in the 5th, got Campen in the 5th, and got Freeman in the 3rd. But he got Trousher, who ended up being just a stud tackle. He was your guy for the
Packer Hall of Fame.
Donald Driver. I mean,
another Packer Hall of Famer.
Scott Wells. A lot of people don't realize how good he was.
Great center from Tennessee.
Adam Timberman. I mean, these one of those guys came from South Dakota State in the 7th round. I mean, Ron Wolf was the man. That's why you give away a first-round draft pick for Brett Favre, who isn't taking life too seriously in Atlanta and just partying, and then you go to Green Bay and they're horrible. I mean, they're horrible. They're up there. They haven't had really anything going on. They went through Forrest Gregg. They had Lindy and Fondy. They had Bart tried to. They were just horrible. Then they had the Magic Man, which we've had Don on before. And Don gave him a little glimpse of hope, but it took the gunslinger from Kill, Mississippi to come in there and just turn things around. I remember the game that you did it on. It was the Cincinnati game. What was the first thing you said when you got into the huddle? Because you guys were getting your ass kicked, and the Magic Man just got hurt. What did you say when you first got in the huddle? That first play.
Well, we were down 17-3. I came in. They were 2-0. We were 0-2 at the time. They were playing lights out. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. So they put me in, and of course, if you'd have asked me prior to going in, are you ready? I would have said, hell yeah, I'm ready. But really, as in hindsight, I was far from ready. I was raw, to say the least. And just from a simple terminology aspect, how you call plays, how you use a snap count, things like that. I didn't have reps to even accomplish anything in that regard. Better yet, play in a real game. So when I got in the huddle, all 5 of our linemen were older vets in their 30s. Tootie Robbins, James Campen,
Ron Hallstrom,
Ken Rutgers, and Rich Moran.
all old timers, right? They got
All
this little,
old-timers.
yeah, this little kid coming
And
in.
as I learned over the years, linemen get grumpy, especially the old ones.
Yeah.
You know, they're kind of stuck in their ways. And I got in the huddle and I said, all right, guys, we're going to win this game. You know, I was like, give them a little rah-rah. And I think Ron Hallstrom was the one who said it. He said, hey, shut the F up, call the play.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. You know, so much for the rah-rah stuff.
And then when you threw it, nobody had seen that type of motion before. Like you literally, the first cut there, again, these are the first passes you're getting to throw in a real live game. And it looked like you were like Nolan Ryan, the way you were just throwing them as hard as you possibly could.
Well, I was, which was a little bit too hard. There's a time and place for it. I learned that over the years.
Yeah, like a lot of wide receivers. I think that Sterling used to bitch about how hard you'd throw it at practice. Like you wish you'd take it off a notch at practice because you heard.
Yeah, he bitched about everything, but he was great.
I heard a rumor. I don't even know if this is true or not. That one time I think Sterling signed a big new contract or held out for a few weeks or something like that, and he came into the huddle after maybe just rejoining the team, and you kind of gave him a smart ass comment about now you're making all that money once you catch the damn ball. He missed a ball or something like that. And
yeah, I think I said something. I'm not sure what it was, but I really, in all honesty, I was out of place because he had established himself and he could pretty much say what he wanted because he backed it up.
But he missed a ball and he was getting a little bitchy, and supposedly Brett Favre said, well, they're paying you all that damn money. You should catch it.
Knowing me, I probably said something like that, but then I probably quickly said, this is what I hang my hat on, Sterling Sharp. I better. He was good.
And you know what? I know that he was up potentially for the Hall of Fame this year, and Leroy got in there, and Leroy's obviously, very accomplished. But boy, I think Sterling Sharp should be in the conversation to be in the Hall. I know he got hurt early, but God, I don't know if he'll ever make it or not. I mean, he was the man.
Well, to me, there's two, and of course I'm biased, but there's two that should be without a doubt in the Hall of Fame. Mike Holmgren is easily. If you go by a criteria that, no disrespect to Dick Vermeil and Tony Dungy, but if you just go look at the numbers, there's no reason why he's not in there.
Yeah, like why? Is it just because I think there's too many Packers? There's too many Packers from that era? I mean, this is when the Packers from that era are going to get in. Reggie's in, obviously, you're in, Leroy's in. Do they think that it's just too Packer? I mean, are the Bears fan bitching or something like that?
Well, I think first and foremost, the selection committee it's a biased committee, and I don't mean that negatively. It is what it is. So you got a bunch of guys in a room that say, "What about such and such? What about Sterling Sharp?" Well, doesn't have good enough statistics, or didn't play long enough, or someone brings up Mike Holmgren, and a lot of the selection committee, or a fair amount, is writers or NFL media to some extent.
Maybe special interest to a small extent as well. Network deals and things like that. Who's on network TV? Who's not? Holmgren's not been real TV friendly. He's just Mike Holmgren, man. He just gets the job done. Sorry about the Cleveland deal, but I mean, he's not a media darling, and it's like I think a lot of that's maybe plays into the part a little bit.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm saying. It shouldn't. Whatever is playing into him not being selected is unfair. Just go by the numbers and the longevity. He won a Super Bowl with us, lost the following one. Took Seattle to a Super Bowl, should have won that one. Has 100 wins with two different teams. Multiple playoff appearances.
And boy, did he get mad at you several times when you go out there and gunsling it and try to get it work one in there, and then you get a little pick. Boy, he would be full. What's the maddest because you could see it on the side. As a fan, you could see it, even the commentators be like, oh, Favre's going to get Mike Holmgren isn't really happy with the gunslinger right now. I don't know. And then maybe Mariucci or somebody would try to come settle you down. But like, what's the maddest Mike would ever get at you?
That's a tough one because there's so many to pick from. I think after the Giants, I think it was my first year in Green Bay, we played the Giants in the Meadowlands. And they still had a fair amount of the old guys that were at Lawrence Taylor, Phil Simms, Pepper Johnson, those guys that were great players. But they were getting up in age, and we had them beat. And I threw a pick to Pepper Johnson, but on the same play, I caused a fumble. So I knocked the ball out of his hand and I recovered the fumble all in one play. So I threw a pick.
Only you, Favre. Only you can throw a pick, can tackle the big defensive lineman and get to only you, Favre. Only you.
And then the next play, I threw another pick and we lost the game. And the next day, he watched film with the quarterbacks, which he never did. Usually it was just quarterbacks and Mariucci. So he comes in and watches the film, and it was the longest meeting ever. Now, we probably had 70 plays, give or take. He had something bad to say about every play, even the good ones.
Even a nice completion, rollback, great feel, read the check down.
He went in there with the intention of, I am not giving this kid any credit because he doesn't deserve it. I'm gonna rip his ass from one end to the next, and he did. And he'd ask me, "What were you looking at here?" And my patented answer historically was, "I'm not sure." He'd go to the next play. What were you looking at here?
Would Detmer kind of help you out sometimes? He was all smart and stuff. He'd say,
yeah, Detmer would laugh. Even in the heat of the battle, he would laugh.
Somebody told me, I think it might have been you. I think I may have heard an excerpt of you saying that you had to they were talking about all this nickel stuff, nickel this and nickel that, and then nickel, bringing in a dime with a nickel, and you turned to Detmer and said, "What's a nickel?" Like you didn't know what the nickel deal was, the nickel defense.
That's absolutely 100% correct. But it was about late second year. Ty was drafted my first year in Green Bay, so we were together for 3 or 4 years, and great friends. I love Ty. We still talk today and have a great relationship.
And that 92 draft was loaded. You had Tyrell Buckley. I think you had Brooks. You had Bennett. Detmer,
yeah.
I mean, that was a
Wayne Simmons,
linebacker from Clemson.
Yeah, we were loaded. But Ty had won the Heisman Trophy at BYU, of course, put up astronomical numbers at a time when, today they put up, any team puts up these numbers, but Ty was a great example of knowing his limitations. Extremely high football IQ, just never made a bad decision. Didn't had a rag arm at best. Physically, if he walked in the locker room and you were in there waiting to get autographs from players, he would walk right past you and you would never think he was a player.
You think he was a guy striping the field maybe or something?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But he knew exactly where to throw it, how to throw it. You couldn't fool him from a defensive scheme perspective. So he was my go-to guy, but I was afraid to ask initially anyone what nickel meant. I just played along. Like, yeah, I shake my head.
Yeah, I know it. Brett, you can see they put the nickel in on you. Yeah, I see it. The nickel.
Yeah, they coaches would say, all right, now when we see nickel come in, we're going to go to our zebra package and we're going to spread them out and we're going to either run or throw based on how they line up. And I'm thinking to myself, I probably should know what this means.
Yeah, I'm the starting quarterback for the Green Bay Packers. I should probably know what nickel means, maybe.
So one day, and I think it was the latter part of the second year, finally I got up the nerve to ask. I said, Ty, what does nickel mean? And he kind of looked at me like, really? Are you serious? And I said, yeah, I'm serious.
What's nickel?
I'm expecting some elaborate answer that, would justify me not knowing what it is.
Right.
And he says, well, take out a linebacker, bring in a DB in his spot. And I said, that's it? He goes, that's it. I said, what about dime? He goes, take out 2 backers, put in 2 DBs. I said, well, hell, who cares about that? No wonder I didn't.
No wonder. Irv never taught me that dumb nickel stuff, please.
When we ran the wishbone, nickel and dime were something in your pocket.
Yeah, and I guess in high school, you never hardly passed much. You just ran it all the time.
Yeah, I don't know if we kept statistics back then, but I'm gonna say I probably threw on average, and I'm being honest, 2 passes a game. We literally, my junior year, we ran the wishbone, which younger generation has no clue what that is.
No, but that was that. I mean, if the Oklahoma, that was like, wishbone, Nebraska. But you got to have a stud ass quarterback that'll be willing to take it up. And the paper tiger quarterbacks nowadays, can you imagine a team in the NFL as protected as the quarterbacks are to run a wishbone? You got all these hundreds of millions of dollars invested in these dudes, and they could never run a wishbone. I would too. I think they should have like at least 10 wishbone plays mandatory.
Well, I was going to say what they ought to do is say, okay, when you score a touchdown, you have to run a wishbone play
for the extra point.
Yeah. No kicks, a wishbone play. It could be a pass, but it's got to be out of the wishbone.
Yeah, and it also brings a fullback back into the deal too. Fullbacks are pretty much gone in the game, aren't they? I mean, we're in Tampa territory here. Obviously, Mike Allstott, the big fullback that we grew up with. But a lot of people don't know, and I wanted to ask you if it's true. Was Tampa in the running when you were having your problems in Green Bay in 2007? Supposedly, it was between the Bucs and the Jets.
Yes, it came down to those two. It's funny because
God, I would have been you coming to Tampa would have been perfect.
Well, so the Packers, the day I left, we had a meeting at our house, my house in Green Bay, which was a half a mile from Lambeau, and my wife was in town with me and my agent Bus, and I knew I wasn't going to be in Green Bay, but Roger Goodell had called me prior to me going to Green Bay several days before actually going. And he said, look, in order for you to be traded or whatever, I know you don't want to play in Green Bay. It sounds like they don't want you in Green Bay, but you have to report to start the clock, in other words.
Right.
And so I know you don't want to go up there, but you have to go to Green Bay to initiate whatever. So I went up, met with Mike McCarthy, didn't go well. Met with Ted Thompson, didn't go well. Ted, the last thing he said in our meeting was go back to your house and talk it over with Bus and Deanna. I, Mark Murphy, Jason Weed, and Russ Ball. Russ Ball was a new capologist. Jason Weed was I don't think he's still there, but Jason was the team counsel. And of course, Mark Murphy was a very new president, and Ted Thompson was GM. So he said, we'll come over in about an hour. So they came over, and basically they said 2 teams want you via trade, Tampa and the Jets. I thought about it, and I said, it's an easy choice for me, Tampa, because John Gruden, I know John.
Right, he was the guy that
he was on our staff.
John Gruden's the guy that picked you up at the airport on the Atlanta trade, I think.
Correct.
Yeah.
A great relationship with John. I knew the offense, which was very important. I wouldn't have to go in and do any extra study, and I could go in and know it as well as anyone but John.
Right.
So we talked about it. And the last thing was said in that meeting was, okay, we're going to fly home immediately. So when that meeting was adjourned, we went to the airport, and we'll talk about it on the plane. And when we get home, bus was going to call and solidify the plans.
Right.
So we talked about it on the plane, and it was an easy decision. I said, look, I'm going to go to Tampa. There was two reasons: the familiarity of the offense and John Gruden, but also the fourth game of that year, they played the Packers. And
right.
How could you not want to play against your team that didn't want you?
Well, and plus you're going to stay within the conference, and you've been, that you still play the Lions, you still play the Bears, you still play the Vikings. So it was more known territory. You knew these defenses, you knew the facilities, you knew the hotel. I mean, it's just a lot of things,
Yeah, and they had a good team. They really had a good team. So
you would have been on with Sapp. Man, you awesome. And Warren Sapp together. Woo! That would have been good.
Tell me about it. So when we got home, Bus went to his house. Me and Deanna came here to the house, and Bus. By the time I got to the house and got settled in, Bus said, "Hey, are you watching the TV?" And I said, "No, why should I?" And he goes, "You've been traded to the Jets." And I could not believe that they did it without, and I could have vetoed it.
Yeah, you had a veto in you could have made it hard on them.
And I wanted to, but Bus said, "Look, you'll look like the spoiled brat if you don't go to the Jets." And he said, "I know. I mean, what the Packers did is legal, but we had an understanding that we would make that. Me and Deanna and Bus would make that decision."
Was Deanna sold on Tampa too? That's probably more Deanna like Tampa than New York.
Yeah. Our youngest daughter at the time, who's now 23, was 6, 7, something like that. She wanted to go to Tampa because it was close to Disney World.
Yeah, and there's beaches, and nobody wants to go to New York, especially if you're born and raised in the South. But I think both of your daughters were pretty much raised in Green Bay, weren't they?
True. Yeah.
That had to be, a lot of players say that it's, a small town and it's not, as glamorous as like saying to go in other places. But I got to think as far as raising a family and trying to have it's a great, you can have a woods out backside of your house, it's just probably better. Probably the public school systems, you don't have to send them to private school because the public school systems are great. You got great teachers. I mean, I got to think it would be a pretty good place to raise a family.
Man, everything about Green Bay was awesome. And it got cold, but it was kind of a good change of, being from Indiana, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Down south, there's two seasons. I tell people all the time. There's hotter than hell and humid, and then not as hot and humid.
Right. I mean, we don't get any, and we're even more in Tampa. We're more south than you. You kind of got a little bit, of relief.
We get a little bit of winter, but I always wanted to experience snow and cold because Christmas Day can very easily be 85 and humid.
Right. The daughters want to have a white Christmas with Santa Claus and all that kind of deal. And they want their dad to take them to middle school with an exhaust pipe that's chained to the bumper.
Exactly. Well, I don't know if they wanted me to, but they had no choice.
I heard a story that you're taking your daughter to middle school, and she's like, "My dad's just a regular dad. He had a white Chevy pickup truck, and he thought he was Johnny Handyman, and the muffler fell off. So here I am, Brett Favre's daughter, big guy in town, and he drops me off with the muffler chained up to the bumper because he thought he was Johnny Handyman, and then it fell off as soon as you dropped her off."
Well, every time I'd hit a bump, there was a little slack in the chain that was holding the muffler on. So when I would hit a bump, it would ding and scrape against the asphalt.
I mean, you're making pretty good money at this point, aren't you, Brett? I mean, you're probably making $3-4 million a year this year, weren't you?
Yeah, but I've always been a little bit frugal. Until it fell off, I was going to go with it.
And who was the guy on all the years the Packers who was like the over the top guy, like who had the Ferrari and had that, and then there's Brett Favre who's got the white pickup truck with the chain on the muffler.
Yeah, our nose tackle. You probably remember Gilbert Brown, great guy.
The Gravedigger.
Love Gilbert.
93.
Gilbert had a car. He had a car for every day.
For real.
And then a spare just in case they added a few days.
How was Reggie? Was Reggie pretty responsible? Just you know.
Reggie was aside from when you saw him in person was physically imposing. Like you kind of like, wow. Other than that, he was as normal and just the most easygoing and greatest guy you could ever imagine. I mean, he would be in there cutting up with the guys, laughing at jokes, big teddy bear. And then all of a sudden, and he never was an angry guy, but he played angry.
Well, I heard your story about Jerkovic, and we have about Miko Jerkovic pissing him off one time, and he blessed him and said some Jesus stuff, and then went to commence to kicking his ass. Well, one of our good friends on our show is Ty J. Armstrong, former Buccaneer former tight end for the Buccaneers. Ty J. played it. I think he played at Ole Miss. I think Ty J did. Yeah. That doesn't help with Brett Favre. But anyway, Ty J tells a story on the air that one time, Reggie would take some plays off here and there occasionally, like if it was like a sweep to the other side, Reggie may half step it, whatever. And so Ty J went and he's a tight end and he blocked down on it and got a pretty good block on it, Reggie. Got him pretty good. And then started talking all this nonsense saying, yeah, I got you, 92. You ain't nothing. I got you all day long. And Reggie goes, God bless you, 86. And it's going to be real. And then went in like 3 straight moves in a row, swimmed him, gave him the club. And then and Ty just like the worst thing I said is to ever brag or be up Reggie's butt because he'll bless you, tell you Jesus loves you, and then he's going to make you look stupid.
You're absolutely correct. I've seen it many a times. Like Reggie would be, that position, there's certain positions on the field that your name's almost never called unless you hold, jump off sides, or get a sack or an interception. They run away from you every play, so you just kind of non-existent. And that would happen a lot with Reggie. And everybody's, what's wrong with Reggie? Well, he's getting triple teamed and they're running away from him. And, he's a factor because he's taken up so many of their players. God forbid you ever curse him or talk trash.
Oh, it was over. He had a whole nother gear, didn't he?
Then it was a lot of pain and misery. I've seen it so many times.
Now, when you guys would go ones versus ones and Reggie was on the team, would you have to worry about him being over there? I mean, I guess you probably can't hit the quarterback.
No, he would be so disruptive had he played. Okay, I'm gonna play like I play in a game. We'd never get a playoff.
I got something I got to show you, and I don't know what I should do with them, but my good friend. Darren Kearns was the equipment manager for Tony Dungy because I've lived in Tampa so long for the Buccaneers, and the equipment managers for the Buccaneers knew I'm a Packer fan, and they were the equipment managers for one NFL Pro Bowl, and these are Reggie's Pro Bowl pants.
Wow!
That Dion got signed for me, and they have the 92. They have the. They got all the, but I got a pair. I think I should give these to his family. Don't you think, Brett? I mean, they're probably worth a bunch of money, but I'd be more likely to give them to his widow. Don't you think that they would want his? This might be the last Pro Bowl pants he ever had.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I agree. That's pretty cool.
I got something else cool. This is not going to be as cool. This might show you how crazy I am. My buddy worked at a pawn shop in Lamont Hollandquest, pawned his NFC championship ring, and so I got Lamont Hollandquest's NFC championship ring from '96.
Wow.
I don't know. I
didn't know he pawned anything.
Yeah, I guess players if they get hard. Well, you got a lot of rings. You had 3. What were the MVP rings like? Were they big?
I didn't get a ring. They may give them out now.
So you were.
I got absolutely nothing.
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 Not a car. Not a.
No. Nothing.
I went to college with Larry Bird's brother Jeff, and so he was my roommate. Jeff Bird was my roommate. That's how I got to be friends with Larry Bird. And the NBA also, MVP got a brand new Cadillac every year because he sent it down to Indiana State, and we would drive it around because he got 3 of them. And so the MVP for the NBA that's an '86, got a free car. You didn't get nothing.
No.
Out of all your backups, who was your favorite backup?
Oh man.
And I mean, a lot of people don't realize that you worked with Jim McMahon for a couple of years. What was that like?
It was awesome. High football IQ, crazier than a loon. Very confident, but super nice.
Could a guy like you, would he be, because obviously he was backup, and would he teach you some stuff?
Absolutely. Yeah, he was awesome. I'm sure he wanted to play. And there was probably times it would have been justification if Homer would have said, I'm putting Jim in.
Yeah, they would have burned Lambeau Field down. A bear.
Jim and Mike got along great. They went way back to BYU together. And he was one of the few guys that I played with that were old, when I was actually starting, that was older than I and had a fair amount of success, which he did.
Yeah, won a Super Bowl.
I leaned on that. But Jim would be one of my favorites. Doug Peterson, Matt Hasselback, Ty Detmer,
Mark Burnell,
Craig Nall. I start thinking about the guys. I mean, there's a long list of guys.
Yeah. And I think you're with Peterson the longest. I think Peterson was like 5 or 6 years, I think.
Yeah, I think it was actually longer than that because he came back for a second stint. And Doug probably helped me the most. He was a great signal stealer.
Really?
This was back when you signaled in offense and defensive plays.
Back when Andy Reid had to wear the yellow shirt.
Exactly.
Right.
And then several years after Doug was on our team, they changed the rule and allowed offenses to radio the plays in, but defense was still signaling in plays. So some coaches were, what's his name at Minnesota?
Oh God,
Vic, not Vic Fangio. I'll think of his name.
Denny Green?
No, the defense coordinator.
Oh, I forget. Deion liked him a lot too. I forget.
He didn't want anybody shielding him. He didn't want anybody blocking. He was old school, so he would get out on the field and like, for example, bomb blitz, which is everybody coming.
Right.
I still remember today the signal was like you pressing in a lever for a bomb.
And would you see that or Doug see that and then signal?
I could have looked over there some and every once in a while, but most of the time it was standard cover 2. That was cover 2.
Right.
But Doug would, when something was up, he had a direct line to me as well, which they've changed that. That only one guy can talk to you. Only one guy has an open line.
So as you're running up to the huddle and you literally have Peterson going, "Hey Brett, bomb blitz."
Absolutely. Andy would say, "All right, Brett, blue right F short, 2 jet flanker drive." I'd say blue right F short, 2 jet flanker drive on 1, ready break. And then Doug would say, weak side pressure. But he studied it. He was dead on almost every time.
So on that play you just called, Brett, who's getting the ball, right? What you just called?
The number 1 read is flanker. That could have been Sterling.
Right.
That could have been Antonio. Could have been Robert Brooks. Just depends on who was in the game.
Right.
If he was covered on a shallow cross, Then the next read was the tight end. Could have been Shamira, could have been Keith Jackson, Bubba Franks. So every read had 1, 2, 3. Here's where I want you to throw it. If not, here's where the second read is. Here's the third.
Who was, this is a bad one. Don't get mad at me. Randy Moss, Sterling Sharp. You played for both.
As far as how they played with me, Sterling Sharp.
He was just he was a stud, was he not? Just a stud.
He was triple covered almost every time, but somehow he managed to. He only got his hands on the ball.
Whatever. Can I give you a list of some of my favorite all-time Packers, and just to show you how obscure. Travis Jervey. Remember Travis Jervey?
Yeah,
I love that guy. I think
Absolutely.
he went on to Arizona, didn't he?
Yeah.
James Campen, I loved that guy. I mean, he was one of my favorite Packers of all time.
James was my center my first year and a half.
Bryce,
great coach now.
Bryce Pop. Were you and Bryce close?
Yeah, Bryce, good guy. Hard-nosed, heck of a player.
When you and Ron having such a close relationship, did he ever, kind of what Rodgers is going through now, I guess, and I think Aaron's been able to get, I think Aaron, listen, I'm all for them giving Aaron a little bit of whip in the personnel. I think that's the new way the quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure that Mahomes.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, and you gotta offer these high level quarterbacks that now. That's just the way it is. I mean, did Ron ever come to you with personnel type stuff?
No, absolutely not.
Now you laugh at that, but I mean it's not unreasonable to ask that question because they're doing it now, right?
Yeah, it was just a different era. I mean, yeah, you would never cross the line and say, Mike or Ron, I think we need to draft this guy, or free agent wise, this guy would be a great pickup. I think I could work well with him. Mike, first of all, would have been like, you can barely do your job on your own. And you're going to tell me how to coach or who we should put in. And Ron would have probably been a little more compassionate, but stern. Like, I appreciate your input, but we're not going there.
Go to your 400 acres and mow them. Because I think that's back in the day. It's what you used to tell. Man, I need to get back to my place to start working on the farm. I got 400 acres. I got things to do.
Yeah.
How was Mike Sherman? That was a tough time as a Packer fan. The Mike Sherman era. I'm just being honest.
Mike did a good job. Mike was a great guy. He was a really good coach. But he was kind of raw, like I was early on. And Mike was seasoned, had been pretty much everywhere he had been. There was tremendous success. BYU, he played at USC. He coached at 49ers where they won Super Bowl after Super Bowl. So it's almost like you've had a cheat sheet for years. And then when you become the head coach, you kind of know how things should run and what a good player and what a good team is versus a bad player or a bad team.
Brett Favre on the phone with me. It's just so surreal. I was working at Willie Davis's All-Pro Broadcasting, WLUM, in February of 2012. I was on the air working for Willie, and that's when they did the trade. And I can remember getting on the air being like, I don't even know who this guy is, Brett Favre, something like that. I mean, I don't even know what the Packers are thinking. The Magic Man's the man. Like, what's going on around here? And I can remember I was at the Mayfair Mall. That's where the radio station was in Milwaukee, working for Willie Davis when they made the trade for you. I can remember like it was yesterday.
Yeah, I don't remember a lot, especially from those times, but I remember the day I was traded very well.
And I think June Jones called you first, right? And was
June called me first.
Like, Brett, man, I love you, buddy, but this is probably best for you. You're gonna, and then I think Ron Wolf called you second, I think.
Yeah, those two were the only two that called. June was awesome, as he was the whole year with me. Spent a lot of extra time with me. Didn't have to. Was very engaging with me as far as coaching. Again, he didn't have to be, and said some nice things on the phone. And then Ron Wolf called me and said, "Look, you're our guy. We gave up a first round pick for you, so we stuck our neck out there. But I believe in you, and we're happy to have you."
What did hard ass Irv tell you? Listen, kid, you better go up here and kick some ass now. I'm telling you.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe even a little.
Maybe take this a little more seriously, Brett. God damn it! Come on, go up here and do something.
When I got the call, I think we were eating crawfish and drinking beer.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? Before I let you go, first of all, I just can't tell you how thankful I am to spend some time with you. But more importantly, I followed your career throughout your entire career. A couple things. One, I don't know if people realize you're kind of a mess up in life. You've done some stupid stuff, much like me. I've done stupid stuff. But you've had a rock of a wife that has put up with your antics from just boneheaded stuff that you've done. And she has been through hell. She is a breast cancer survivor. She has her own foundation. And there was some, you put her in some pretty tough times, and your wife she's not recognized nearly enough, Brett, you get recognized. You're the stud. You're Brett Favre. You're a gunslinger, Superman. But Deanna, she is truly a lot of your mojo. I mean, she put up, you put her through hell, Brett.
You're absolutely right. Presently, she's training for an Ironman. I mean, she's tougher than nails.
She could probably beat you in basketball. I bet you.
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah, she played basketball in college, I think.
She played softball and baseball back before it was fast pitch. Going back
when you could hang them up there. Can you still play softball a little bit?
Yeah, but my back is in bad shape. I've had 10 epidurals in 2 years.
Oh,
I don't know why.
Well, I know why, because they used to throw you down like a sack of potatoes. That's Warren Sapp would come in and spear the hell out of you. That's why.
Yeah, I was hunting in Kansas one time. I think it was last year. And the guy, the property we were hunting, I was kind of hunched over, which some days I'm hunched over. Some days I feel better, and maybe you wouldn't know I played football, but this guy who had been a friend of mine for 5 or 6 years said, "Looks like your back's hurting." I said, "Man, it's killing me." He goes, "Why?" And I go, "Need I answer that?"
Yeah. Did you see I got sacked about as many times as interceptions as I threw? I'm hurting bad, buddy. I went 231 games or something like that without missing a game. I don't know that record will ever be broken, Brett. I don't know. I don't think it ever will.
I don't know if anybody is smart enough or dumb enough to attempt it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when most guys sit out, you were like, this is just some, whatever. Irv says I had to play through this.
Yeah, I had no choice. I had to play.
Hey, congratulations on your daughter. I think your oldest daughter's an attorney now and married to a British guy who doesn't know how much of a stud his father-in-law really is. Has no idea.
Which is pretty cool. Yeah, but he's a great guy. Yeah.
He's British, and he has no idea that you're like just one of the legends that roll around here.
If it's not soccer, he has no clue.
Could you play soccer? I mean, could you?
I probably could have, but I don't think running was not my. You got to run a lot.
Yeah, you were pretty. I mean, you were a pretty good runner.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of stop and goes and not 80-yard runs. The soccer field, you run in length of the field nonstop.
Brett Favre was good for 10, 12, and they'll slide on you. Or you'll do one of those little looky-look passes right before you get to the line of scrimmage. I loved when you used to do that.
Yeah. Some worked, some didn't.
Most of them worked, though. But I bet you Holmgren got your ass when you got – that's not the play that was called. That little bullcrap
My first official pass in regular season was in Tampa, and I caught my first pass, which is a great trivia question.
I saw that. You caught it and then they sacked you.
Unfortunately, I lost 7 yards.
Listen, Brett, I can't thank you enough. And we had your doctor on yesterday. And we have a doctor on our show as well. Our doctor and our co-host of our show is named Dr. Dan Diaco. His dad was the longtime doctor for the Buccaneers, Dr. Joe Diaco.
Oh, okay.
So they were talking all about the concussion protocol and things like that. And boy, it would be neat if that guy's stuff, ends up going. I mean, it would probably have helped you. How many times do you think you were concussed? 100?
Well, no, way more than that. See, the thing about concussions is we still don't know a lot about them. But if you'd asked me this 10 years ago, how many concussions I've had, I'd have said 3. The reason I would have said 3, I thought concussions were when you get knocked out, where you black out for a period of time, you don't know where you are, memory loss, dizzy. A boxer gets knocked out, he tries to get up, his legs are rubber. That's a concussion.
Right.
What we now know is concussions happen all the time. So like you get tackled and your head hits the turf and you see the flashes of light or ringing in your ears, but you're able to play.
Or you get that stinger, that little stinger for 5 or 6 seconds.
That's a concussion. So based on that, thousands had to be, because every time my head hit the turf, there was ringing or stars going, flash bulbs, but I was still able to play. And that's what's kind of frightening about the concussion thing. It's the ones that seem minor that do the damage, because you're able to play and keep going. And still today, I mean, there's probably guys that have them that I'm not going out. I'm not going out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys don't want to lose their spot. I mean, it's their livelihood. Not everybody's Brett Favre that has a $1 zillion deal and stuff with a white pickup truck and a chained up muffler. Not everybody's like that.
That's correct.
Hey, I really would love to promote anything you got going on. I don't know why some big network doesn't have. Why you're not the next Tony Romo or Aikman. You're better than both. Not only on the field, but I think that you are have as much football knowledge and as a great communicator. Have you thought about that at all, Brett? Being a color?
I've thought about it. It's really not. I haven't really pursued it.
Man, you ought to, because people love the hell out of you. They love the hell what you got to say.
Well, I think I could be. I don't think anybody can be John Madden, but I could be a little bit different. And
you could be the player version of John Madden, very much so. A little more folksy, a little more folksy.
And I may, if that opportunity ever arises.
I mean, you saw the kind of money Brady's going to get. I mean, Brady's got that paycheck waiting for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy money. We're almost signed a $100 million deal.
I mean, I know you got a lot of money, Favre, but you could use another $100 million. Come on, work with me.
Who couldn't?
Yeah, I mean, I know you got everything. I mean, you don't got no car payments or nothing, and I mean, I think your oldest daughter's an attorney, so you're doing good, and your wife's happy. Everything, and you got your little gold brace, making a lot of money from those guys. But my God, $35 million a year for just doing some old school play-by-play. God, that's good money.
Yeah, it's great money. Yeah, you're right. I may. Who knows?
Hey, I love to talk to you from time to time. Do you even know what my name is, Brett?
Lumpy.
But
Bubba.
But don't Google me, because I've been I've done some stupid Brett Favre stuff in my life as well. So don't Google me. Bubba the Love Sponge is my name.
I love it.
Yeah, well, don't. You know what? More importantly, don't let your wife Google it. Just you keep it to yourself and tell her that I said good things about her.
You got
it. Did I do okay, Brett? Did I do? You got to understand. Like, I'm just totally beside.
No, it was fun. It was good.
Can I show you my Brett Favre picture? and it not look like too much of a. Look at it, my guy did that for me. You like that?
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think I just showed my ass right now. I think it was going good, and then I just showed him a picture, so I showed my ass. Hey, Brett. Thank you so much for taking some time, and we're going to keep in touch with the doctor as things progress there, and maybe from time to time we can have you on from
Let's do it.
Thank you, Brett.
I'd love to.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Good talking.
Thanks, Brett.
Bye, Brett.
Thank you.
Bye.
Wow. Guys, I hope I didn't come across too like a little bitch.
That was awesome, Bubba.
But I'm nervous. Did I do okay?
I've never seen you so excited for an interview.
Yeah, you were so nervous.
I was so nervous.
That was cool. Good job, Lumpy.
Good job. Good job, Bubba.
And Brett Favre thinks I'm Blumpy.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Brett Favre thinks I'm Blumpy.
Blumpy.
Damn
Was
it.
he joking?
I did make zero impression on my guy.
Fluffy.
We need to get that excerpt that Brett Favre thought I was it Blumpy or Lumpy? I think it was
Lumpy.
Lumpy. Brett Favre.
You have all these posters of him and his name Fluffy.
Fucking Brett Favre thinks I'm Blumpy. Man.
Do you remember?
I thought I nailed it.
Yeah.
He remembered after.
Well, this at least Brett Favre knew he did good on that. Blumpy's a good guy.
Oh shit.
Lumpy the love sponge.
Fucking blobs.
Blumpy.
I'm gonna call you blobs.
I'm Blumpy. Blumpy and Lumpy.
Iggy McGillicuddy Hall of Famer 10,000.
Hey, let me reach out and make sure that I did okay.
I will.
Sure, Blumpy.
I'll ask him Lumpy.
Say, Blumpy wants to know if he did okay. He was so nervous.
Blumpy wants to check in with you.
Oh, I think we got into some pretty good stories.
Yeah.
Anna, fuck you. Fucking Brett Favre called me Blumpy.
I just see like a fat clown.
I know.
Fluffy. Oh god, that's funny.
Blumpy.
That made me laugh so fucking hard.
I thought I nailed it, and now I'm Blumpy. I thought the interview was pretty good.
Should we have Blumpy get his address, send him some stuff?
Yeah. Lumpy's assistant, get him his address.
Lumpy's
See if we can send him some stuff.
I will.
Oh shit.
He might have got irritated I kept him on too long.
Yeah, he had to mow his lawn, man.
He has to mow his lawn and bale some hay.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Summertime, man. Grass grows quick.
Blumpy. You know, he said Brett's currently Googling Blumpy the lawn sponge. Blumpy the lawn sponge.
Yeah.
I was not gonna find anything.
He obviously uses Bing.
Yes. So he'll find it.
Oh shit.
Did I look nervous or did I?
No, you were great.
No.
The only time you can tell is when you said it. You just seemed excited.
I mean, like, we can probably tell just because we see you every single day.
Yeah.
But no, it's a good interview.
I'm Blumpy.
Blumpy nailed it. Get it, Blumps.
I guess
Hey, Lumpy, how cool would it have been for him to come to the fucking Bucks in 07?
Oh, I know. That's what I was telling
Yeah, I know. That would have been amazing.
Who did we have in 07?
Jeff Garcia.
So it would have been. But who was the wide receivers?
Joey Galloway. Some other shit. There was Ike Hilliard, I think, was on there. But I have a feeling he probably would have brought some wide receivers
They
in.
would have brought some people.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They were not going to bring. Favre's not going to come here and get hung out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Joey Galloway, Ike Hilliard. So yeah, he would have brought people in. Maybe he'll come down for the Bucks Packers game.
Of Blumpy.
Wait until the tailgate. I mean, it's gonna be Brady's last game, right? Against Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah.
He came to when the Bucks played the Packers before he came down. What was it, 2 years ago? He was wearing a Tom Brady shirt.
Right.
I didn't get a chance to fucking get into Tom Brady and all that. I had all that fucking.
I'll put these on.
You can ask him next week.
He's like, man, doing the Blumpy show's tiring. I
know.
Blumpy likes to go long.
It's an hour. I'm gonna send you guys an invoice.
He's gonna have to put his.
How much an invoice?
Yeah.
He's got to put his copper fit on.
Iggy McGillicuddy, Lummy, you just fucking missed it.
I'm trying to get this tilt. Sorry.
Lummy.
I'm trying to catch up on it. I'm trying to catch up on
the
it.
first time Lummy's been able to breathe for like 3 days.
Iggy McGillicuddy 1,000 with his 10,000.
We got to come back and do the belt ceremony, don't we?
The what?
The belt ceremony.
Oh, we do. Lummy, you're right.
Yeah.
Get that motherfucker roll.
Yeah, might as well just write it down now, Lummy.
I mean, I can't think of anything you could fuck up from now until another minute for me. I gotta go.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
I'm late.
Iggy Hype Train.
No, we can't. We can't.
Well, that's Iggy McGillicuddy started it.
Oh, it's all Iggy's fault?
Oh, Blumpy boy.
Say goodbye.
I know.
Blumpy the
Can we stay
Blumpy
live
boy
on
paid
Twitch?
1,500 bits.
We can.
Level 4.
All right. Well, fuck. Iggy.
I blame Iggy.
I blame Iggy.
Yeah.
This huge swole biceps hit it. 2 knocked Doc with 1,000 bits. Blumpy 352 with 1,000 bits. 1,500 bits. Napa Mike gifted 5 subs.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show. Lummy, I'm torn because we're in the middle of a hype train, but yet I got a strap, a belt ceremony, and I got to say goodbye to the networks. So, Lummy, grab that strap and write it down. And then they hung us out to dry on a hype.
Hierarchy soon to be guaranteed locked in. 10,000 bits.
That's it. Hype train complete.
I know everybody said I did a good job. I hope I did okay. I'm kind of second guessing myself.
It
I
was
don't know
amazing.
if I did okay or not.
Brett just talked your ear off.
We'll be back for the after show.
Raymond Foyer, $50 PayPal.
Oh, I didn't even check.
Tony G32 1,000 bits and 843 Builder DWC 1,000 bits.
He said his comment was great interview, Blumpy.
Yep. Pics on Instagram.
Lumpy and Lumpy. Thank you, Brett Favre.
Yeah, that was cool.
I hope I didn't look like a mark. I think I may have looked like a mark.
A little bit, but the interview was great.
Yeah.
He enjoyed it. He liked that.
Yeah.
Here's your day.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
operations manager and co-host Blitz K,
Co-host and show historian Lumix.
Co-host Anna Hummel.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
co-host J. Diaco Esquire,
The Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
the BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to TheBubbaArmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
No, that's
Until next time, always remember.
What do you consider? I might have crossed. No, I don't. I could consider crossing the line. You and I can have as much beef as we want. I don't. We never.